Okay, so let's talk about the homework. What was your homework?
Like 3 addendums for each property.
Amendments, make amendments.
Oh, that's what they changed.
Oh, I could like call it an addendum.
I call it
Oh,
an
did we call it an
You know why?
addendum?
Because I
Gee,
copied
Chris.
what my agent did.
Oh.
For our house.
Okay,
So it was an
So she was wrong.
she was wrong.
amendment.
She was with Keller Williams.
What's new?
That's funny, huh? Well, we'll look back on this
Because
and laugh for a bit, you know?
And I thought, oh,
Yeah.
no, she doesn't.
I knew
She
that
must have known what she was
because
doing.
amend is to counteroffer, to mend it, to mend the offer. Addendum is to add on after
There you
that.
go.
Well, okay, so now I'll never make that mistake again.
Yep. So, right, amend is to change, that's your delta.
Okay.
Add is to when you're writing your initial offer and you need to put additional terms and conditions. What is the trouble if you have too many additional terms and conditions? Is there such a thing as too many additional terms and conditions?
Probably.
I don't think so.
I don't either.
For a buyer, the answer is no. For a seller, can I tell you what the answer is? Yes. A seller looks at the number of items on the additional terms and conditions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sometimes, can I tell you, I've had sellers say, well, who's asking me to do the least? We were in a multiple offer situation. Who's asking me to do the least? This guy, now what's really interesting to me is you can have one term written in a way that makes someone that's asking for exactly the same thing. Does that make sense? But if I write it out in short little bursty sentences or short little items, so I actually had someone, the reason why we have these clauses that we do have is back in the day, you might see under your purchase agreement, under additional terms and conditions, seller to pay prepaids, seller to pay reserves, seller to pay closing costs. Okay? And that would be 1, 2, 3. Okay? How about if I make that one term, I'm asking for the same exact thing, but it's one term. Do you see that?
Yeah. That's interesting because my first contract was with a seasoned licensee and they wrote seller to pay the individuals into one, this and that, so that when it came back, that looked like, well, they were gonna pay a lot, you know? Or they wanted
Right?
us to pay that.
Right.
They broke it down, and I thought, what are those costs?
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes how we group things together is going to be very it's going to be very impactful to a seller. Does that make sense? So under our additional terms and conditions on page 7 is where on your contract is where you're always going to have additional terms and conditions. Okay, so do you guys have a copy of your contract? If not, I can pull the dummy contract. I can pull one out for you really easily.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to page 7. So term number 1 says seller to pay up to a maximum of, and it gives a dollar figure, of purchasers, closing costs, prepaids, reserves, prorations, points, fees, and any other costs allowable by lender and or loan type. That in effect is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 line items.
And that pretty much encompasses your carpet allowance and everything else. You don't even need to put carpet allowance on there because.
You will have a very difficult time in this day and age getting a carpet allowance paid
But you know what
for.
I'm saying?
Yes, any allowance that you want.
Whatever that person is looking for
Yes.
in that home can just be called closing costs.
Correct.
And done.
Correct. And the loan companies are used to it, appraisers are used to it, and it's much easier to get that.
And then if
Approved.
they counteroffer less, then you can say, or allowable for, how do you word it? Do you just say to redo the kitchen cabinets and put in carpet?
You could,
We want the full 9,500. we don't want 6,500 in closing.
Yeah, you can indicate, good morning, Megan. You can indicate things like that, okay? But how you write your terms is very, very important, okay? How you construct terms.
Okay, just one question.
Yes, sir.
Would I be better just to call the listing agent or whoever, the buying agent, whoever's the other party, and tell them, we want 9,500 because of this, and I'm gonna put the counter offer back to you, write it back where it was. And then you wouldn't
Well, I'm
have to
sorry,
write it.
I'm missing a step in there, so let me help, let's walk through it. So you've written an offer, you've submitted it, so then you've gotten a counter offer back, or
And
you're
they
the
don't-
listing licensee.
They're saying, we don't wanna do 9,500 in closing, we wanna do 6,500.
Yep.
So I call them, the other agent,
Mm-hmm.
or licensee, and I says, well, we need the 9,500 because in lieu of carpet and the outdated.
I
Yeah,
probably wouldn't tell them that.
okay. that's
Okay, but,
what I'm
and
asking.
I'll tell, yeah, no problem. And I'll tell you why. Because that's not a compelling reason for a seller to pay closing costs. What a compelling reason for a seller to pay closing costs is, in order for this loan to go through, they need $9,500 in closing costs.
Okay,
That's a compelling reason to get closing costs paid.
okay.
In lieu of changing carpet, paint, and countertops, a seller's gonna be like, I don't have to do that. Do you see the difference?
Mhm.
They need this in order to buy the house. It talks to their financial need. And I need $9,500 in closing costs because we're not asking you for a carpet allowance. Well, we weren't offering you a carpet allowance. You see that? So a seller can easily dismiss that you want to do work on the house. As a matter of fact, that should be a confidential thing that you have with your buyer. You should probably keep that information confidential. Again, there's another reason why that is true. I can easily offend a seller. It's easy to offend a seller by saying, well, they're going to use this money. And by the way, they're going to use this money because they want to change everything in your house. They don't really like it. And that could come across as offensive to them, and they could say no just for that reason. So needing the closing costs in order to finance the property, sellers somehow are able to accept that in their mind space, but using it as even if we are using it as an allowance to do something, does that make sense? That should be good morning. That should be something that we probably don't tell the listing licensee, because that's not a compelling reason for me to pay that. Do you get that?
I guess it doesn't matter. Let's make a deal.
Well, for some licensees, I'll tell you, like for some people, it doesn't matter, but for other people, again, they're gonna go repeat that information that you just said to their seller, because that's their job. And we want to have what's our best strategy when it comes to having a buyer and a seller. Your best strategy is literally, believe it or not, is having somebody who qualifies for the house, but just barely, as a buyer's licensee. Can I tell you why? That's a compelling argument. These guys are well financially qualified, they're just lacking in funds, but they're well financially qualified.
Yeah, when I get a lot of the times whenever I get counter offers back from people asking for too much closing costs, the listing licensee always calls me and they're like, okay, so how are we gonna make this deal work? Do they need this much in closing costs, or are they able to
Roll it.
into their loan? And then it goes from there, and I just tell them the littlest amount of information that I can to make the deal work, and littlest is key.
Absolutely.
Less is
And
more.
less is totally more in this case. Okay, does that make sense? And you're always, remember, if I'm representing a buyer, okay, and let's put ourselves in the other party's shoes for just a minute. If I'm representing a buyer, it's my job to get them the best possible deal that I can negotiate. I always have to tell the truth. I don't always have to tell all of the truth. Okay? And I want to be really clear about that. If I know, and I'm a reliable source to you. If I'm telling you that most offers are coming with closing costs, and I'm talking probably 75% of offers come with closing costs. So that's not, I want to be careful using the word standard, but it is totally normal to see an offer with closing costs. And again, one of the really key reasons why we're talking to our sellers at listing appointments about closing costs, that's a conversation I want you to have with people, that an offer that you're going to receive is going to possibly come with closing costs. Okay, and how can we and we can negotiate closing costs. Do you see that? I can negotiate. That's all the same offer, all the same net to that seller. So I can negotiate that. So how do we do that to the betterment of my client, still maintaining their position, but not giving everything away? Does that make sense? And that's your job, okay? And as a seller, my job is to talk to with my seller. If I'm working on the listing, my job is to make sure that the seller understands that offers might come with closing costs, and we have different ways that we can approach closing costs, okay? But it literally, if I were to receive an offer with $300,000 and came $10,000 in closing costs, that is the exact same thing as a $290 offer. The exact same thing as somebody reduced an offer by the amount of closing costs that they might be asked to pay. Do you get that? Especially if the buyer is willing to pay their own. Does that make sense? Same thing, that how we can split the difference, how we can roll some of the money in and still get it paid. Okay, how do we get that? So there's many different ways we can go about doing it that would net the seller the exact same amount of money. Okay, we can agree to pay some, not all. But it's not gonna be compelling to my seller to hear, well, they want to use that they want to save their money to go in and do some work in the house, because they're gonna say, well, then they have money and they can pay their own to have closing costs. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, right? If you were to say that to me, well, what they really want to do is they want to use the closing costs as a decorating allowance or to go buy furniture. What would I say? As the seller. Do you see that? As a seller, they want to use your money so they can save their money and go buy furniture. What's my answer to that?
That's not gonna happen.
Well, how about they go to Sadler's and go use Sadler's money? Sadler's will
Right.
let them put it on what? Mm-hmm. Do you get that? Okay. So when you're working with, and I have that conversation with my buyer all the time. Mr. Buyer, I'm going to tell them that you need the money for closing costs. In fact, you do need the money for closing costs. You have some money that you could pay. But let's see if we can't negotiate all the closing costs. Now, if you really want to spend your $5,000 on carpet, paint, or furniture, okay, you can totally do that. We can try and negotiate that. But if I'm not successful in negotiating that, you can also go and have those things done at your expense after. Does that make sense? Okay.
But after.
Yeah.
I've had people want to go buy stuff before we close. And I'm like, no, don't.
Mhm. Okay. All right. So again, listen to seller to have the heating system, hot water heater, and garage unit here cleaned, inspected to include any suggested repairs, upgrade, or code compliance issues completed by a licensed bonded heating contractor with receipt provided to buyer upon completion. And that's a lot of things that I'm putting those things together, aren't I? Okay. So what am I wanting? And why am I having to be so specific? I'm asking them to do what? I'm asking them to have a heating system inspected, but I'm also asking them to call a person who's an expert in that field. I'm also asking them to have it cleaned, inspected, and to do any upgrades or repairs that the contractor calls out. Because can I tell you, how does a seller read something, and what does a buyer mean? So if I was just to say, I would like you to have your heating system inspected, okay? Does anybody get cards in the mail like I do that says for like $30, I think it's Discount Mechanical will come out and do a winter special for you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's an inspection. That costs $30. And what else will they give you when you get that? Has anybody ever taken them up on their offer and had them come out and do an inspection of your furnace? They'll also give you a work list of things that they think that you should do. And you as the owner can choose to go ahead and do them or not. Why does that company offer you that super cheap rate.
Because they want your business. After you see the huge list, they're gonna throw you out, then.
Yeah, they want you to spend the $5,000-7,000 to upgrade your furnace. Okay, but if I only say in a term, I need you to hear me. If I only say I want you to have the heating system inspected, and then the inspection comes with a work list, I didn't ask you to have the machine repaired. Do you get that? So by calling that guy out and spending $30, I've met your term. You didn't ask me to do what? To include any suggested repairs, upgrades, or code compliance issues. So when you are writing a term in your contract, you've got to get this. That if you don't say to do it, a seller doesn't have to. If you're ambiguous or unclear about what you're asking for, if you and I can have a difference of opinion about what you're asking for, if it's not totally clear where 6 of us in the same room could come up with the same item, then you're not writing clear terms. And this is where you're going to get into all kinds of trouble on your contracts and on your repair amendments. Okay? Right? So we're asking for, and then how about heating system? Heating system. What is typically part of your heating system? Let's talk about it.
Hot water tank?
If I was just to say heating system, interestingly enough, are you ready to have this argument? Some of you are going to say it's just the boiler.
Some people are gonna say baseboard.
Some people think it's the baseboards.
Furnace.
Okay? Some people think it's just the boiler. Some people think it's the baseboards, although I really don't know what you would inspect and clean on baseboards, honestly, to be fair to someone. Is the hot water heater part of the heating system? Anybody who has a hot water baseboard heating system would say the hot water heater is part of the heating system. Ready? Garage unit heaters. Garage unit heaters. Most of us, the heating system, in my mind's eye, includes anything, okay, ready? Okay, now we'll get into another area. Includes anything that heats the house, right? What does a fireplace do?
Heating system.
What are those things called? Wood stove.
It's a heating system.
Auxiliary heating system. Do you want to see how interesting these arguments can get?
The water tubes through the contract.
Yeah. If it's a in-floor radiant heat. Do you see where this guy was having a hissy fit when he said, no, I asked for the heating system to be inspected. It's radiant floor heat. And we said, look, dude, if you give us the seller was a willing spirit. They weren't being a jerk. They were just saying, I don't know what you want us to do. If you give me something, we'll do it. And no heating contractor had a suggestion for how we could do that. So the seller finally had to back off. But do you get where I'm going about how people think and perceive different things? So this is why we're so specific about what we're asking for. We're asking to have the heating system, hot water heater, and garage unit heater cleaned and inspected to include any suggested repairs, upgrades, or code compliance issues completed by a what? Licensed bonded contractor, and I want to see the documentation. I would always like to believe the best in people, but I need you to do something that's called, you need to absolutely trust people, but you need to verify. It has happened over and over and over and over and over again, where a seller will just do the first part. They'll call Discount Mechanical out and they'll have them inspect the machine. It has been done before where there is a report, it's typically on a second page or a third or a fourth page, where they will withhold that information to save themselves having to spend money. Does everybody get that? Okay, so you want to see the complete report. You want to see that they just didn't pay $25 or $30 or I'm sorry, whatever the cost is, I'm sure it's more than that, to have the heating system inspected. You want to make sure that you receive all the documents, and you want to make sure that the seller paid to have what? It cleaned, serviced, and any upgrades or repairs that company suggested to be completed. Okay? And then we say, receipt provided to buyer upon completion. So you want the buyer to see the receipt. And then if you only see it was like, $30 for the inspection, what are you now asking for?
The report.
I want the report.
Why wouldn't you just put the report provided to buyer?
You could, but we say receipt shows the amount paid. So that gives you and I, like, I'm trusting again the seller, but if they provide me the receipt and I only see a certain amount of money, I'm gonna ask for the rest of the report. Or if I only see page 1 of 3 or page 1 of 4, I'm gonna ask for the entire thing.
Was there a reason that you don't just initially just say receipt and report provided?
Because different heating contractors do different things. Does that make sense? So I just want to see the receipt. If I can see that the receipt that it was paid, and that they did, and the receipt typically will say materials and labor, and it shows what was done. And then I can ask for, if I need to ask for additional, then that gives me the ability to do so. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. So what was your homework? Who's got it? Who did their homework? Let me see.
Did part.
You did parts?
Fine.
That was bad.
I'll try.
Okay. So what are we doing when we're doing a repair request? Okay. Oh, you did really nice job. You typed it up on the
Oh, yeah, I
form.
do everything in that, is my writing form.
Oh, listen
So I
to
did
you.
everything.
Oh, I like it. Okay, so on the first property, which is Owen, you printed this out so
Oh, yeah.
nice. She printed out the
Well, I otherwise get to remember what the findings.
Yeah.
And you know that one place wasn't FHA funded.
I'm telling you, it was FHA
They didn't
financing.
put it in
I'm
there.
telling you, I know, they didn't put the closing costs anyway. Trust me, I'm gonna go look at that file.
Okay,
Yeah, I know this file very intimately.
okay.
Okay, all right, so her, this is, and you had originally put it as an addendum,
Yep, so I fixed
okay?
that.
Yep, so what is it really?
An amendment.
It's really an amendment, okay? And if everybody wants to bust out there, okay, so her home
Is
inspection.
it the Discovery one?
We're doing the one done by Discovery, okay? So,
What is the address?
it is 5701 DeArmond Road, Anchorage, Alaska, 99516,
I'm sure.
Swenson Tract A. Okay? So she did a very nicely typed up, why do I like nice typed up ones?
They're easy to read.
Easy to read.
They're pretty.
Yep. So her home inspection dated August 29th, 2014, completed by Discovery Home Inspection LLC. It says number 1, repair all health safety items listed on page 3 and 4. 2, repairs to be completed by a licensed contractor by, you give a date, and receipts and photos of repairs completed provided to buyer for final approval of repairs. That is nice.
I
Okay?
didn't know if it was good. I didn't know whether to say line was.
Yep.
or-
Yep, but we're not gonna get that.
Yes.
So thank you, I appreciate that. And her next, on Alpine Drive, she said, her home inspection dated March 15th, 2015 by Richard Rink of Property Consulting Inspection LLC. Repair all life safety items listed on page 1, 2, and 3. Repair all significant repairs listed on page 4 and 5. Repairs to be completed by a licensed contractor by a date, and receipts and photos of repairs completed to be provided by buyers for final approval of repairs. Again, we're gonna have to work on this. Very good. And your next one is gonna follow as suit. Okay, and that would be on Brookside. Okay. You can write a repair amendment this way. This is not actually how I suggest you write a repair amendment. I know you did. She got her homework done, but she cheated a little bit. That's okay. That's okay. We're gonna forgive her. Who else did one? What do you got? Oh, the teacher did.
She probably listed them
Oh,
all.
let's see. Okay. Nice. Okay, so on DeArmond Road, she did an amendment. And she asked for 3 things to be done. So replace handrail at exterior, this is on DeArmond Road, which was on, now, what do we consider? These people paid full price. Okay, so again, let's talk about the whole reason why we were looking at the deal structure. Why is the deal structure actually important? And what do I mean by a deal structure?
Because it's established like how much wool we have probably.
So a deal structure has to do with, let's talk about a couple things. So one is price. Price the buyer is willing to pay. Price versus listed price. Okay, so here's how a buyer thinks. Ready? Here's how a seller thinks. This is not unusual. A seller says, I'm offering you this house in this condition at this price. Did you get that? Or this, how about this property? At this price in this condition. This is a seller. Okay. Buyer the buyer thinks what? I'm offering this price.
With this one.
No. I'm offering this price.
Okay.
Buyer thinks this is the most willing to pay, subject to closing costs and repairs. That's two completely different mindsets. So a seller is thinking, this is the price that I'm willing to, that I've listed my house at this condition, okay? Not including closing costs. Not including closing costs. Buyer thinks, this is the most amount of money I'm willing to pay, subject to whether or not you're gonna pay my closing costs and that you're gonna do all the repairs. Wouldn't you agree that that's, okay, so Megan, you've been working as a buyer's licensee. Do you agree that this is what a buyer is thinking?
Oh, yeah. And a lot of them think that they can lowball.
Sure.
I like to tell them in the beginning, I like to set the standards. I tell them most sellers are getting about 1% of listing price.
Mhm.
If you do end up lowballing them, that you may not hear anything back.
Yep, you're most likely to get a what?
A rejected offer.
That is correct.
I do tell them in the beginning, because then when you come to the closing table, or when you come to this signing the purchase and sales agreement, you're not having to explain yourself and why you need to do certain things, and they understand a little bit more. They're more like, Megan, I trust you. What do you think I should offer? Or
Correct.
I should offer this. What do you think?
Mhm.
And
This
then
is what
I'll
I'm
give
willing
my
to do. Do you think
opinion,
that'll get accepted?
and then we'll either change it or we can go from there and just see what they say. And yeah, there's been a couple where I've had to write 4 or 5 offers with really low balls, and finally they lost a home. Thank God they did, because they would have kept writing these low ball offers. And the next offer, they're like, okay, I really want this house. I don't want to lose it.
So what, yeah.
So we wrote a full priced offer with closing costs.
So how do you think you guys can influence a buyer on what they're willing to pay? There's certain things that you can use to your
Are
advantage.
you willing to lose the home over
Absolutely.
$3,000?
Yeah. So what you're telling me is you want, okay, so yeah, that's an excellent one. Are you willing to lose the home? Is this the home of your dreams? Yes. And even though the tax value says it's worth $300,000, you think that this seller is going to sell it to you, a stranger, for $290,000 and pay $10,000 of your closing costs, which is in effect a $280,000 offer. Here's another something that I think it's really important that you understand. Buyers don't understand that sellers actually pay closing costs. How do they pay it?
Out of their proceeds.
Out of their proceeds. But that's literally like, understand, that's like me writing a check to you.
Right.
I can write a check to myself or I can write a check to you. I don't know you. Who would I rather write the check to? Myself, not you. You're a stranger. One of the things I've said to somebody is like, wow, that sounds like a friend. So on a lowball offer, I've said to somebody, wow, that sounds like a friends and family deal. I guess I would offer, I mean, if my child wanted to offer me that amount of money,
Right.
I might take that if it was a person I was related to.
It was my firstborn son.
Yeah, it was there you go. And I have a firstborn son. So if it was my child, I might do a deal for my house, for my child. You haven't met my family though. We don't do friends and family deals. Okay, we don't do that. So, but I might make a deal on my car with my child, but if I was selling it to a stranger, would I make the same deal?
No.
So that's a very powerful thing for you to tell somebody. Wow, I totally get what you're going for. You're looking like for a friends and family deal. Only these people are not your friends and they're not your family. Like I can totally understand how they would make that deal with their child, their firstborn son, but I probably don't understand why they would make that deal with a stranger when people are actually getting 1% of list. Yeah, I don't understand how they would like make that deal for.
Well,
I mean, do you know
because
these people?
Because we're going to pay it forward.
Right. I've never heard that before. That's good, but I've never heard it before.
That is good.
Okay. Well, I'm totally going to be willing to do this for the person who buys my house. Like, are you? Are you really?
We'll see when I come to sell it.
Right? And then also, we forget, you guys, buyers have closing costs to get their loan, right? Sellers have costs too. We never talk about the fact that the seller has to pay money. Right? What is a seller paying off the top if they have the house listed? A commission.
Right.
If it's a full commission, they're paying 6%. Some sellers out there are paying 7 and 8%, because there's some licensees who charge more. Some sellers are paying a reduced commission. I get that. Some sellers are paying a reduced commission. Okay? But they're paying commission. What else are they paying? What else is a seller paying? Appraisal. What else?
Document fees.
Yeah, let's go look at our quote. What are our little seller boxes? What is a seller paying? Okay, so a seller is paying a lender doc prep fee, which can be as much as $500. They're paying a flood cert tax registration. Oh, you've asked them for a home warranty for $500-600. They're paying the appraisal. How much is that typically just on a single family home? $750, kind of minimum. $750. Owner's title insurance policy on a $350,000 house is about $1,200. Okay. Half of the recording fee, $150. Escrow closing fee, $250, $300. Attorney doc prep fee, that's a tiny fee. That's like $20-30. Commission, so they're putting in smoke detectors, CO detectors. And then what are some of the other costs they could have also had to pay? As-built survey, COSA. What's a COSA? Well and septic. What else if it's in common ownership? A
Resale.
resale certificate. How much are those running?
Like those 500?
$300 to $500. $300 to $500. So do you see that it costs a seller a lot of money to sell their house? So when a buyer's asking for their closing costs, we never talk about how much it's costing a seller to sell. Sellers typically at zero, not having a resale, not having a COSA, not buying a home warranty, are at 8% of the sales price to sell their house. That's old school. That's a very rough estimate of what it costs a seller to sell their house, but it's pretty darn close.
The resale certificate is $300 to $500.
$300 to
That you get
$500.
from the homeowners?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, these are not cheap items. How about an appraisal? $750. How about the homeowners, the big mamma jamma, the one that's the most expensive, okay, is the owner's title insurance policy. The next thing that can be really, really expensive is it's a well and septic. A COSA can be very expensive. Okay, do you so you've got to kind of like, you need to kind of sit there and chat a little bit about, okay, so you're, so this is a house, we're asking for a home warranty, because you have to have a home warranty because you're a princess and you're, your crown, you need a home warranty. And you're asking for a recert on the as-built, you're asking for, it's a homeowners association and it's got a well and septic, so they got to do a COSA, and you're lowballing the offer and you're asking for closing costs. And the next thing that I ask them is, would this be an offer that if you were the seller that you would accept? Well, no.
Then why are you?
I know, then why do you, well, because I want to get and what is everybody wanting?
I want to get the best deal.
I want to get the best deal.
They want to lowball first because they think that the seller is going to counter back at you
Mhm.
what they think that they'll counter. They want to keep negotiating this cat and mouse game.
Right,
And yeah, that you're just going to make the seller pissed off and not
Right.
want to do anything.
Right.
Some buyers just don't know. Educate them.
Remember I'm telling you, there is a time when you could consider lowballing. When is that time?
But it's been on the market.
It's been on the market for a really long time and it hasn't sold. Then a seller might be getting,
I had one that was on the market for 623 days. It was land, but we didn't even lowball that much. We probably, it was about $3,000 under, and they didn't want to counter back. I tried to talk to her, like, come on, just counter back. Then my team leader called her, and she was an older realtor and in the boonies. Anyways, they finally countered back full price. Like nothing changed, but they still countered back. So we countered back and we got it. And we ended up going all the way till the very last day where we were about to close. And it was the wrong property. We didn't close. My client backed out and he was like, because it was the complete wrong property. She had pictures of the wrong property. He flew there. It was in Eagle, Alaska. He flew there. He looked at the
so
property.
you must
loved
have,
it.
at what point did we find out this was the wrong property? At the prelim?
We found out like a week before closing
That it was the wrong property.
that it was the wrong property.
Was it a bigger
found out.
property? Was it a better deal?
It wasn't, she wasn't the right owner. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
She
it
wasn't the owner.
wasn't. So it was vacant land. There was nothing on it. But it was very different. There was the one that they were selling were hilly, and the
Okay,
other
so
one
it
was
wasn't-
nice and
it
flat,
was
but it
the
was
same
lots of trees
seller,
still.
But different property, is that
Whose
correct?
mistake was
No,
that?
no. They listed somehow the property that they went and looked at was not the property that was listed. So they wrote an offer
On the wrong property.
Thinking that it was.
thinking that it was this lot when it was this lot.
And the other property wasn't for sale.
Right, and that wasn't the same owner, so it doesn't matter.
So how could you avoid that from happening? Should you escort the person that's?
Well, and we'll talk about that. Well, let's take that. That's a funny cuckoo trail, but in theory, no, I am not going to remote properties with clients. As a matter of fact, I have it in my business plan. I don't sell remote properties. I don't.
Yeah, I probably,
Because-
after that one, I probably won't do that ever.
Because, I mean, selling a remote property, number one, if you don't know the area, again, am I gonna walk a property with a buyer? No. Am I gonna fly a buyer in an airplane to a property?
No.
No. Am I gonna get into an airplane with a pilot? I don't know. Like, so let's say that the guy says, well, I'm a pilot, let's fly there. So one of the questions is, my father was an airline pilot. One question you should ask before you ever step in an airplane with someone is, how many hours do you have? Okay, you probably should never get into an airplane with somebody who has less than about 3,000 hours. You also don't want to step into an airplane with somebody who's a weekend pilot. Why would that be?
I don't know, you see, I fly a few times. And
So I'm
people
not
that
getting in an-
crashes,
I'm
is
not-
actually not the dumb ones.
The people who crash are people who don't have a lot of hours.
Not necessarily.
I can tell you with absolute certainty, the people who crash are people who don't fly a lot.
They're not used to the weather change.
They're not used to the weather changes. you know? I'm not going with Joe Q. I'm not putting my life and my client's life in the hands of somebody who just passed their pilot's exam. That's probably not the smart thing to do,
That is true.
you know? I'm not hitchhiking on the side of the highway.
If you're really
You're that lucky.
concerned, then and he says he's got 3,000.
Then I think that's a great thing. Or if I'm going
Not
with an air
really.
service, if I'm,
No, because then the next question is how many of those hours were in Alaska?
well, that could be true too. But I'm saying I'm not getting into an aircraft with somebody. I mean, I know pilots. I'm not getting into an air, somebody who's a weekend warrior pilot. That's probably not the best thing for you to do. I'm not taking somebody on an ATV if I don't know how, if I don't actually use one and drive one myself. I'm not going remote. Why would you? Okay, does anybody know the Butcher Baker story? I mean, I'm not
Yes.
going remote with somebody I don't know. Does that make sense? That just doesn't make any sense. And I'm gonna go walk a property. Where are the property lines, Teresa? I don't know. Which one? I don't
You
know.
know, the survey.
Yeah, I'm not a surveyor. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna fly out to some remote property. We're gonna stand there and look around, both of us looking at each other, going, okay, we're here.
Yeah, that's good. Let's go.
Okay, what am I looking at? Am I gonna go and walk a property with somebody? No, I'm not. So I have it in my business plan. I don't do remote property. I'm not gonna take a stranger out. I'm not gonna fly with someone. I'm not gonna go, horseback, snow machine, ski, what else? I'm not gonna go
Dog sled.
snowshoe,
Dog sled.
dog sled to a property. Because what are we gonna do? What am I gonna sell them? Now, if it's my child that wants to go buy a remote property, what am I gonna do? That's a totally different deal. We're gonna go to an air service, we'll fly in, I'm gonna try and get a GPS or somebody who have gone out and marked the stakes, then we'll go look at the property. That's my kid, that's something different.
Well, the people watch that Buying Alaska.
Right.
I know.
Right, but that's the insanity. Am I gonna go take a train to Circle, Alaska? Okay, am I gonna go sell a house in Nome? No, I'm not gonna go sell a house in Nome. Can I sell a house in Nome? Yes, I can. Yeah, I can do that. Am I gonna sell a house in Fairbanks? No, probably not. I'm gonna refer the business to Fairbanks, so I'm gonna get a referral fee. I'm gonna be super fat and happy getting a referral fee. Okay, because I'm gonna let them deal with all of the stuff that I don't know about remote properties, including, do we have the right lot listed? A number one. Okay, all
I
right,
was
so.
very new
Was
and I was
there any-
super excited, so that's why I took
Was
it.
there any
You're good.
legal
And
language?
he knew about
What's that?
That the buyer.
the area. I told him.
No, because that's a
So they
mistake.
can
That's a
go around the
mistake.
work, no?
That's a mistake.
He was very
The
nice
buyer
to me.
looked at the,
He
I mean,
wasn't mad at me.
you could call it
He wrote me
false
very-
advertising.
Or breach of contract.
You can't call it breach of contract because the seller honestly was marketing a property. It's not the seller's fault that the listing licensee went out and took photos of the wrong property. And by the way, the listing licensee could have been totally innocent as well.
Well,
They
what
might have had
happened-
some,
Somebody moved the sign.
oh, there you go. So seriously,
Somebody
someone moved the sign.
Yeah.
So,
She said
okay,
that she hadn't been out in the remote area in a couple months since winter was over or something. I don't remember, but
so remember what I was telling you about somebody moving a stake in when property, people do property lines? That isn't unusual, isn't that crazy? Okay, all right, so now we're gonna go on, same contract. Mary Ann did her homework, and so she wrote an amendment, okay? And this is on the DeArmond Road property, and this is with Discovery Home Inspection. And so let's talk about this for a second. We're talking about deal structure. Buyer thinks, seller thinks. Next thing is, okay, what kind of financing? So a buyer thinks money is money. Okay? Buyer thinks money is money. Seller kind of thinks money is money. Okay, so this is something. Licensees know money is not money. Okay? FHA money, more repairs. VA money, more repairs. Conventional money,
Let me try to understand something here. I could be completely wrong, but
Okay,
there is such a thing as cash loans, right?
there's such a thing as cash.
No cash loan.
Any loan is in effect currency. So I'm not understanding there's hard money lenders out there. You can do, like, if you have a savings account that has enough money in it, you could do a loan, at a credit union will give you what's called a loan against shares. That's cash. So I'm not following your question. If I'm getting a loan from a mortgage company, in effect, it's currency.
Yeah, got it.
But cash is something where somebody actually can go to a bank and withdraw the money.
He's thinking like go to a bank, get a loan from the bank and get the cash from the loan and then use that cash.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
But most people won't do that. Why? Anybody know why?
Interest rate?
It's a ridiculous interest rate, and you gotta qualify. Most people don't qualify for a $200,000 signature loan, and if you did, it's at 10%. Why would I do that when I can get a conventional loan at 3% or 3 point whatever percent today?
And then the other one's what, like 12%?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So financially, most people won't do that. And then depending on your terms of are you doing a signature loan? Signature loans can have a very short,
Lifetime?
they can have a very short amortization schedule. So your payment could be, not only is your interest rate, the advantages of a mortgage loan is what? I get to spread my payment with a low interest rate over time, which makes it affordable. A signature loan, most signature loans are unaffordable. Okay, so look at it this way. So if I have I'm looking at trucks right now. I'm looking at people who go and buy a $40,000 vehicle and they have a $700 a month payment. Why? Because they're financing it over like 6 years. That same $40,000, if I financed it over a longer period of time, obviously would be less money.
Right.
So even though you have low interest rates on cars right now, they still have these really high payments, but because it's the loan period is short. Okay, but most Americans, I'm not talking all Americans, I'm talking most Americans, won't pay higher than mortgage interest rates on a mortgage.
Right.
Okay, because there's no benefit to them. Right? Or they can't afford the payment. I mean, that's the killer thing. They can't afford the payment. Okay. Right, so what kind of financing? Money is money. Money is not money
Unless it's cash.
unless it's cash. Money is not money. Money comes with strings attached. Okay, so ready? Used to be, this is amazing. Used to be when I started in real estate, only the buyer had to be qualified. Only the buyer. Only the buyer. Only the buyer had to be qualified. Okay? Then there was a shift in the market. The shift in the market was the house had to be qualified and the buyer didn't have to be qualified. Remember no doc loans? Okay? Then there was a shift in the market. The house didn't have to be qualified and the buyer didn't have to be qualified. So we were writing loans on absolute crap, houses that were destroyed. VA and FHA loans, okay? Then the market crashed. When they received, so what did they say? 6 million homes were repossessed? Does that sound right?
Yeah.
6 million homes were repossessed. Guess what condition they got these houses back in?
It was strict.
They were stripped. Houses were stripped. Literally, people were going in houses. And this happened in Anchorage, Alaska in the 80s as well. You would walk into a house. There was 2 scenarios in The Big Short that were absolutely correct. One of the houses they walked in, they had taken the cabinets out. I don't know if you remember seeing that just kind of visually. And another one, it literally looked like they had just like decided one day they left everything they owned. They went and got in their car and they just drove away. Food in the refrigerator, food on the stove, clothes in the washing machine, all of their personal possessions around, bills, like your normal everyday stuff that you have around, like, when you left the house this morning, what did your kitchen countertop look like? I had a few things out on my kitchen countertop. I ran to the car this morning. So It literally looked like somebody got into a car and they were, poofed away. So bizarre, okay? Then in the 80s, when you'd walk into houses, they would be completely and totally stripped. They would go in and they would take the baseboards, they would pull.
Copper and
They
wire.
would pull. We didn't have a ton of copper wire pipes, but they would, anything that you could sell, they would go in and they'd take it. Or anything that you could use in something else, they'd go and take it. So houses would be stripped down to sheetrock. Toilets removed, tubs removed, flooring removed, cabinets. It was the most bizarre thing you've ever seen in your life. I mean, literally, okay? So that kind of stuff happened. Okay, so now, not only does the buyer have to be approved, okay, the house has to be approved. And the most stringent are what should make sense to you, they're your low down. Because these the buyer has no skin in the game or very little skin in the game. So if a buyer is going to default, what's the most likely loan a buyer will default on? One where they don't have any personal money in jeopardy. So if I didn't so let's talk about a veteran on what we call a VA 000 down, okay? A VA 000 down is where a qualified veteran or his widow can receive a loan and have no down payment. And if I can negotiate all the closing costs paid, the theory is they get into the home only paying for their credit report, which is how much? $15, I think, or $15 or $18 is what they charge for a credit report. So for $15, I can own a home. Is that shocking? So if the market turns upside down and I bought this house and I paid only $15 to get into it, what's my personal exposure if I decide to walk away? Kind of nothing, right? If I can't pay, I can't pay, right? That's on one hand. If I can't pay, I can't pay. And if I'm not going to lose anything because I didn't put anything into it, then I can walk away.
In the 80s when we bought our first house, all of a sudden, I think all the oil companies,
Yeah.
they laid off. And a lot of people had VA loans in that neighborhood and they just walked away.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
they couldn't sell them for, like say our house was 110, I think it went down to 75,000.
Exactly.
So they couldn't, because they hadn't put anything down.
Correct.
So I don't know if those were actually foreclosures. I mean, if they walk away in the VA, is it still handled like a foreclosure?
So a lot of them did what we called, here's what happened. The mortgage arena was so overwhelmed at certain different points in time. So in the 80s, they did what they called sometimes deed in lieu of foreclosures, where literally you'd walk into a bank and you'd hand them your keys and you'd sign over your deed. That was called a deed in lieu. If you could negotiate that was amazing. Some people just literally disappeared. They couldn't find the owners. And remember, this is before Facebook. This is before the internet. When you move states, if I didn't have an address to follow you on, how would I find you? Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, I could find you. You know how people were able to track certain people? The census. How's the census done? Every 10 years. Or how about this? Social Security death records. If you start receiving Social Security, I might be able to track you. If you don't receive Social Security, that's the majority of Americans don't receive Social Security. How do I track you if you move to a state?
Wow.
Isn't that interesting?
Now it's so hard to
Cell
hide.
phones, yeah. Now it's hard to hide, but back in the day, if you moved a state, you had basically flown to Mars about finding someone. Isn't that interesting? People didn't, when they left, they didn't even, sometimes they would go into the schools. I mean, you'd have to ask somebody who taught in the schools at this point. Sometimes they asked for the school records. Sometimes they didn't. Because they didn't want people to be able to follow them. Isn't that interesting? Okay. All right. So now both the buyer has to be qualified for the loan, and now the home has to be qualified for the kind of loan they're getting. So you really care, if I'm working with a VA or an FHA buyer, the quality of home that you're looking at. Does that make sense to you? All of a sudden, you're really, really concerned. So remember when I had my my FHA buyer buying a fixer-upper on the hillside, we were like flipping out. Okay? We were flipping whether or not this property could possibly get financed. Okay? Okay. How about we take a 10-minute break right now? That was a lot. It was a lot to take in.
Mhm.
So Teresa,
Yes, ma'am.
I was in, the trenches yesterday, and I got a call 4 times, and I don't look at my phone that much, from this fellow who wants to see the condo over there in East Ridge.
Yeah.
So I
From your
called-
open?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I called him back like 4 times, every hour on the hour. I had to meet a friend for dinner over at wherever we went. Olive Garden. So I brought my tote bag and I had everything with me. I said, I have to take this, and I was ready. I mean, I had filled out the paperwork and typed it all
Yeah.
out. And he never called me back. Well, that was him.
Yeah.
He's coming in from Wasilla, and he'd call me as soon as he gets closer to town. He really would like to see the place.
And you're happy to go
Oh,
show
I
it?
am. Hey, I'm supposed to be at the end of the class, the grandkids, Lizzie and the grandkids. Oh, Grandma, we have presents for you. We're gonna come over to your house after your class. I might have to postpone that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but,
Yeah.
So, yeah, he really wants to see. He sounds really, and so then, I Google him. I couldn't get a hold of him, and I had his name, left his name. The only person I'm coming up with is some man that's about 83 years old out there in Talkeetna, and I thought, I'd say he's not that old, but that's the only one I could come up with, because I thought, well,
Right.
just trying to get the whole
Right.
picture here.
Right.
Maybe he was busy, and that's why he couldn't get back, and so on. So we'll see.
I can't wait. So you're gonna go show the property again?
Yeah.
Yay!
Right
an offer.
Cool.
You're ready to go, write me an offer. That's okay.
What do you know about Alaska? Alaska, housing vouchers.
That they're rental vouchers?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Someone called yesterday.
Yeah.
And they were asking if I owe the property exactly what I was doing for. And I'm like, well, we're not in the business of renting, we're in the business of selling.
Yeah.
But how can I help you?
Yeah.
And so she's like, I'm looking for a rental. I have Alaska housing vouchers. I was wondering if you
Yeah. So basically that means they're low income and they're getting paid housing. And they're wanting to know if the owner of the property will take a voucher. Because they don't, and it depends on what the rental amount is. Some people believe that taking vouchers is great because it's that kind of guaranteed payment. The only problem is sometimes the rental rates are higher than the vouchers. So if I have a rental for,
And I will assume there's different types of vouchers.
probably, I can't answer because I don't use it. So it's either and then some people call it Section 8. Or is it Section 8 housing? Do you accept Section 8? I've heard that before. And it's either a yes or no, and typically it depends on the property and the lease amount. So some people would say yes, and some people will say no. There's nothing particularly, I would say if I had a lower income rental, taking voucher would be great because I would have a better idea that I was getting paid. Steady money.
Right.
That could be good. But if my rental is at $1,200 and you only have an $800 voucher, I'm not eating $400. If I can get,
Unless they can come up with it.
I think that's the whole point though. If you take Section 8, that's all you take.
Okay,
See what I'm saying?
yeah.
You're agreeing to
To a price.
you're agreeing to a price. That might be, I'm not saying it is, but might be less than you could get on the open market.
But at least it's
Take the
there.
coat here on.
But it would be
No,
steady.
seriously.
That's
I know that's like.
probably the trade.
So I didn't do that. None of me
Get my
yesterday. You got
jacket.
your coat, did you? I know,
I think
right?
I know someone,
Jack
I
in
know
my car.
someone. I'm gonna go upstairs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One of them that got your cards? I don't know, he says we talked about this and for the life of me, I don't.
Just
recognize-
pretend you remember.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So, and then he says, Kathy, no, he said, this is Mary Ann, right? And I said, yes. And so, this would be interesting.
So are you gonna go show them a house?
Well, the one.
The same one? Oh,
Yeah, so.
So
So
this
I'm
is
putting off
why
my
you do open
grandchildren.
house, people.
Mhm.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
why you do open house. Because the clients come to you, you make a nice impression, they like you,
Right.
they write the offer.
And this is where you gotta reschedule your family events here.
But don't reschedule till you have an appointment.
Yeah,
Don't
always,
reschedule
don't tell them you
anything
have a
until
family event, just tell them.
Oh, no,
No,
I'm telling, I have to
No, I'm
reschedule
saying,
grandkids.
I'm telling you, don't reschedule until you know that you're meeting them.
Okay.
Because somebody could flake out. They could get to Anchorage and decide to go to Olive Garden for dinner, go watch Star Wars on the big screen, and you could be sitting out there and have totally cleared your entire schedule. I'm just telling you that from a bitter experience.
Okay. Yeah, this is,
If you have to change something, change it with your family and say, I wouldn't do this, but can we meet an hour later? Or can I meet you exactly after? You see what I'm saying? Because you don't have a time, unless you guys have an appointment.
no, he's driving in and he'll
Right.
call me as he gets closer.
Yeah, see, so you don't have an appointment yet. Because if he decides to stop for gas, get some coffee, go shop, stop at a store on the way, you could be, or if you do go re-show it, he could be, thanks so much, and you could be done in 10 minutes.
Right.
He didn't say he was ready to, did he say he was ready to write an offer? He just wants to see it again.
And I don't think he's seen it the way he talks. He says, we have talked about this. I don't remember talking about it, but referred to the one on Eastridge and so on and so forth. So, I
Put
know,
it in an email.
Who's the listing licensee? Kathy Johnson?
Kathy Johnson.
Maybe he's spoken to Kathy about it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna send Kathy, the owner's in town up from his.
Don't send her anything, just, is it vacant, unlock box?
It is, but the owner's up and he's supposed to be taking things out this week.
Okay, yeah, then, okay. Hello, Phil.
Hello.
So I have one of my clients that got the resale certificate yesterday, and he has a bunch of questions about it.
Oh, good, because we're going over resale today.
I've never had a client ask me about any questions about the resale certificate, so I don't know where to go for answers.
Oh, not a problem, you go to the resale certificate.
Okay,
Resale certificates give you their own answers.
okay, because he's asking if he has
We're
to
going-
pay
we're-
certain.
We're going over them.
Perfect.
That's one of the things we're doing. Just the right day.
Right, yeah, I met up with him yesterday and we had lunch, or brunch, we had brunch, and, we're closing next week.
Oh my gosh, I went to, has anybody been to the Spenard Roadhouse lately?
Oh, yeah, we go there.
Oh, they have Brussels sprouts.
Uh-huh.
So, have you had those?
Yeah, my sister got a side of those.
Those are the most delicious things I've ever had.
I love Spenard Roadhouse.
I did too.
That was really good. Really, really
We
good.
should do a class.
Not
Hurrah.
Spenard
We
Roadhouse.
should do.
You guys we need another field trip, don't we?
Are we doing makeup classes next week?
Oh, yeah, we're not done.
Cool.
There's 24 classes.
Good.
There's 24 classes, peeps.
We're up to 18, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So relax, we're good. We got more classes.
Today's 18th day, the 18th
18th
class?
week.
It should be class 19, I think.
Oh.
I think it should be class 19. So we've got 4 more classes, so we're gonna go 1 more week. Are you guys okay with that?
Are we just going next Wednesday and Thursday?
Yeah, we're just gonna go next Wednesday and Thursday. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
So because it's Memorial Day, right?
So Wednesday and Thursday and no Friday?
What's going on Friday? What are you thinking on Friday?
I don't know, I thought we were just making up 2 days.
No, we've got 4.
We're making up 4 days?
Well, the classes go for, there are 24 classes and we're on class 19.
Oh,
So
okay.
20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
But after this Friday, we don't come back till Wednesday, correct?
You're not coming back till Wednesday. Does that make sense? Because there's no sales meeting next week. Did everybody get that? No sales
Right.
meeting. And Memorial Day, I'm not gonna make you come in for 4 hours on Memorial Day. I wouldn't do that to you. Although we could.
And we don't have a marketing meeting on Tuesday either.
Yeah.
You missed my note for you yesterday.
What was my
I wrote a note for you in the jar.
Oh, what did it
Yes,
say?
she did. She announced you. She's very nice.
What'd you say?
It said, I want to thank Miss Teresa for, I can't remember exactly what I wrote, but I said, I just want to thank you for how you teach and just how you do things. I learned very well with how you explain things.
Yay. That makes me happy because I love this stuff. I love this stuff.
I put one in there, so, thankful for Miss Teresa teaching us to use both sides of the.
That actually got announced. Teresa said there's two sides to a piece of paper, and a whole bunch of people go, and everybody looks at me and I go, flyers, both sides of the flyer, and everyone's like, oh yeah. But are you sure you called me Teresa?
I'm pretty sure.
Was it Deborah or Denise or
Carol,
Carol? Did we tell you guys this story?
I'll decide.
You decide.
That is so funny.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
That would be me though. I just say the wrong name.
It was so funny. It was,
And you totally knew it was you he met, huh? Whenever they said it out loud.
no, I had no idea.
That's so
No,
funny.
no,
That's
no,
cute.
no, I had no idea.
It happens.
No, it was just one day I came in here and I just got I used to have very long hair and I got it cut. And then I wore contacts that day. And he goes, it's just really nice to meet you. And I'm looking at him going, Jim Sparks. And he had no idea who I was whatsoever. And he's like, oh my God! So funny. That was so funny. You act like I think that's hysterical. Identify.
So Miss Teresa, do you teach the pre-licensing classes
I
also?
have taught pre-licensing for 15 years, my friend.
Wow, that's amazing. I wish I would have went to your class for pre-licensing.
Thank you. I really do like pre-licensing.
I didn't feel like I got anything in my it was just really fast.
We actually went over everything.
Yeah,
You know, when I did my thing with Remax,
you did yours with Remax?
right? And so you go through and you highlight, she tells you what to highlight in the book.
Uh-huh.
It's pretty much what you do the
That
whole
is
time.
not what we do.
I
did mine with Denny.
I didn't know that I needed readers. I didn't know I needed readers. I had perfect vision my whole life.
So what that means is his vision is starting to go to hell. And he,
No, I couldn't keep my place for highlighting. My vision was just off enough that I was missing the lines by half. Okay? And I was losing my place all the time. I was having a hard time.
Right.
I was like, this sucks. I can't even highlight as fast as she's going through here because I can never keep my place.
And that should be super easy, yeah.
Yeah, and I was at home
Oh my
and
gosh.
my girlfriend says, hey, what's the date on this penny? And I'm like, I couldn't read the date. And I said, let me see your readers. And I put them on.
I'm supposed to wear glasses all the time.
That just,
what just happened?
I need to go see the eye doctor.
Oh my God, it's crickets in here. Where is it?
There's homework due. Where's your homework?
I don't have my homework.
That's
homework
why,
due, that's
that is
why.
why people are not showing up. At least you guys are just like bold. You're just like, I didn't do it.
Yeah, I was bad. Yeah.
I didn't do it.
I'll do it
Wasn't
though.
me. Wasn't me.
I did not have time. Like,
that's a lie.
maybe not.
Maybe.
But you'll never know.
I got
I'm
my
gonna give you the least information you
offer
need.
accepted though. So,
It got offered? It got accepted?
yeah, so I've been going back and forth all day, like sending stuff around, and
Yay!
so just ordering inspection. Yeah.
Congrats!
So
And this is the one that we did on tour?
no,
Oh,
No.
okay, gotcha.
the tour
So-
one has a second showing for a couple there.
Yay!
And so
It's really cute.
it is cute. Yeah,
It is. It's
like
super cute.
it's like
It's way
like,
too expensive for super cute though. That's all I'm saying. What is going on with this? I'm
Too
sorry.
expensive. Cute.
Way too expensive for super cute.
Who knows what they offer? They're gonna offer 10,000 low plus closing costs. Like
That's okay. We can work with that.
I know, but, so.
So advanced display settings is not doing it, so we're gonna have to, IT's gonna have to help me on me. Okay, so we're talking about how to write repair amendments. Okay, and we're talking about deal structure. So deal structure, buyer thinks one thing, buyer thinks price I'm willing to pay is subject to if the seller's willing to pay closing costs and do repairs. Seller thinks I've listed the property at this price in this condition. And I've set my price based on, right, market and condition. Some sellers know that they can negotiate repairs. You know, some sellers have been through that when they purchase their property. They may or may not have gotten closing costs, but most of them got repairs. Okay? And by the way, there was an entire period of time when people paid their own closing costs. When I bought my house, I paid all of my own closing costs. You know? So there are deals that you're gonna write that are gonna not include closing costs, okay? Where a buyer is going to maybe they might choose to lower the price, or they might just choose that they want the house so bad that they're gonna accept the property in its existing condition, okay? Right, so when you bought your house, Diane, how'd you guys do your deal structure?
Well, they had already reduced the prices
Okay.
for any construction. They had come down from $395 to $385. Plus they offered $6,000 to close it.
So that's what they offered in order to get you to purchase.
Right, so to me, that was the cheapest new construction house in the neighborhood that met what we wanted.
Great,
So we just offered them
what they asked.
what they asked, but we put down $1,000 and we wouldn't give them any more money.
So only $1,000 of earnest money,
Yeah.
okay?
And plus it was a contingent offer on the
Okay.
sale of our house.
Well, and sometimes some sellers get forced into accepting contingent offers. Why?
You know, the house had been on the market for a while because the master was downstairs. And everybody in our neighborhood likes to have all the bedrooms upstairs. So people would think it was a ranch too when they drove by, and really it was a two-story.
Gotcha.
It looked like, it was kind of like, it looks like a ranch, but it's a two-story.
Gotcha.
So,
It has a basement.
no, it has, you know, it's
Does it
almost
go
like-
in a, does it go in a
It kind
downslope?
of has a, you know, it's almost like, it is two stories, but from the front, you only see one, but if you look in the back, you can tell the roof is
Gotcha.
pitched and there's a second floor, but it's not like a complete second floor. It's
Gotcha.
like the old salt boxes were.
Yes.
But, you know, and it was a, you know, spec home, nothing great, but we liked the floor plan. So, and we liked the location, so there was enough in it that I wanted it. But I had to make myself not be attached. I had to act like I really didn't want it, so that we were able to negotiate much better that way. Plus, we got early occupancy.
So you got to move in before you owned it.
And only put $1,000 down, contingent on the sale of our house, but it went into contract
Yeah.
like in 2 weeks.
Okay, good.
So,
Okay, and then on the, okay,
and it was
so,
conventional financing.
Yeah.
And we put, you know, the 20% down,
okay,
but we did ask for all repairs but we didn't ask for them to be re-inspected. So I don't think there's anything, even though they said they did.
isn't that interesting?
And we kind of knew, the day before, but then it was like, okay, is this bad enough? It was a brand new house. It was just.
With a warranty.
Yeah, it was kind of, well, I don't even know.
No, he has a 1 year warranty. The problem is this guy went out of business.
Yeah,
This
he's
builder
kind of,
went out
and
of
we knew
business.
that. We remember him from the 80s.
Yeah, when he went out of business.
And we knew he was a low-end builder, but we wanted to stay in the neighborhood, and I didn't want to pay the prices of the other houses. And, you know, it had the poor claim we wanted, so.
It was a win.
Yeah,
It was a
it was a
win-win.
win for us.
And then the deal that you accepted on your previous home, do you remember that deal structure?
Yes.
Okay.
We ended up, you know, I don't know, we started at 372, we ended up selling it for 360. It was a ranch home, but it backed onto the highway, so it was noisy, but it was FHA financing, and it was a single lady buying it, and that was the max she could
Right.
qualify, and, you know, 360, because we can't budge anymore. And we were paying a little bit of closing, the agents both took a less percentage, and they dropped the commission to 4%.
In order to make the deal work.
And we didn't ask them that. We just said, we can't go any lower than this. We just won't do it. And the agents came through.
I've
And
dropped mine 0.5%
Yeah, we
because
did.
of that before
We
too.
didn't
Actually, the deal I'm doing now,
But interesting, a few years later, maybe 3, the lady sold the house. And I think she couldn't afford it.
Could be, yeah, so that, when you max out your budget, sometimes you're at the, you know, yeah, that can be hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you purchased your property, the one that you're in now,
Yeah.
do you remember your deal structure?
Oh, pretty much, yeah.
Okay,
We weren't concerned about closing costs at all.
because you could pay your own.
Yeah. What we were concerned about is windows, meaning egress.
Okay.
We had structural issues that we were willing to meet them halfway. And we also lowered,
Price point.
yeah, we wanted the price lowered
Okay.
and so on. And we went back and forth. And we brought contractors in to
Show.
substantiate all our concerns and then made it clear that any offer that does come in, these are going to be addressed. And we addressed each and every one of them through a contractor and had to prove it. And so then we said, so therefore we want to drop it this far and we'll meet you halfway on the windows and so on. And it was a divorce situation.
So
apparently.
they must have been desperate to sell.
Yes, 'cause they've been on the market for a long time, because we were watching the area. And, I don't know, it was greater than 60 days, I can't remember exactly how many. But, they took it,
They took it.
they did.
Okay.
So we made it real clear that if this isn't gonna pass anywhere else, and they're gonna ask you to do it, whereas we're willing to do.
We're willing to help out.
All we're asking you to do is lower the price and meet us on one window.
Yeah.
Type of thing. But we didn't, well, we got it low, we really did. I mean, in fact, when the appraisal came in, we already made money on it, so to speak.
Mhm.
So, one of those things we were hoping to flip in 2 or 3 years, but now.
Gotcha.
Story.
Gotcha.
We'll go there.
So, okay, so you actually got repairs in your deal.
Yeah, we did.
You got repairs in your deal.
And it's interesting because they picked the person that was gonna put the windows in, right?
Yes.
So my husband went and checked these windows and they didn't put the sealant in around that they're supposed to and so on. So he called them up and said, this isn't gonna work. He said, you need to. send your guys."
Substandard job.
So he came back, he says, you send them back. And then he stood and he watched them do every window. And he talked to the fellow that owned it. He said, you realize what you workers are doing this? No, I didn't know what he did. I just sent them out there, whether he knew or not. But I think he didn't, because you assume they're going to do it right, but they did a slipshod job.
Gotcha.
And the owner of that window, he apologized and went through the whole job. But that's the reinspection part. I have to have somebody who knows what to look for. He said his son sent there.
Mhm.
So, yeah, it worked out beautifully. I mean, address it worked out nice. Let's see if you
Megan, do you own your own place?
No,
No.
I wish,
Okay.
but I'm going to be.
Okay, awesome. So Abraham, do you know the deal that you negotiated on your own home?
Yeah.
Okay, what'd you negotiate?
I don't know. I honestly, we didn't negotiate anything. At the time, I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
So now being a realtor, do you think you've had a good deal?
Oh, I remember now. We fight over an old fridge.
You fought over an old refrigerator.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we didn't have a refrigerator, and they had this old, really ugly-looking thing, and we're like, oh, we need it.
So we need you to include this. And they're like, no, I'm taking my precious,
Exactly.
old, disgusting refrigerator with me.
Yeah, and and at that time, I remember we were like, well, it's not, but at least it's clean, and they're like, oh, no, we're taking it, because, we didn't have a whole lot of money,
Right.
so.
Right.
We were like, why are they trying to take that? Like, what are they gonna do with it, Like, we need it for now, but why do people?
Interesting, and that is another thing that's really interesting. Buyers think they're getting the house with all of everything in it, right? And what do we know as licensees? What does not come with the house? Refrigerators, washers, and dryers. Built-in appliances come in. Refrigerators, washers, and dryers are not considered built-in.
So sometimes microwaves are and sometimes they're not.
If they're on the counter, they're not. If
Right.
they're actually hardwired into the wall, they are. Okay? So always a dishwasher. Believe it or not, do you guys remember trash compactors? Trash compactors, boys and girls, are making a comeback. They're being put back into houses. I wish they wouldn't. I wish they wouldn't. Does anybody know what a drawdown stove is? It's not a Thermador. What are those brands? There's a brand where you have a teeny tiny oven. You can't cook anything in it, but you can grill on top of your stove. Does anybody remember those?
Was it-
Jenner,
Oh,
Jenners, Jenners. Okay, Jenners, at one point, you guys, in the late 70s and early 80s, Jenners were like, are you ready? Sunken fireplaces. They were, people loved them, but they had stoves that are like as big as this. You could not fit a cookie sheet in, you could not put a roast in, you couldn't even hardly fit a chicken in, not to mention a turkey for Thanksgiving dinner. But you could grill a steak on your stove because it had a drawdown, like it took all the, yeah. Those are making a comeback. Those of us who know them think they're awful, okay? Anything else you guys know that's coming back in houses?
I don't know if this is coming back, but I showed a house that, those old school can openers that are underneath.
Yeah.
It was like hardwired in
Yeah.
there and the toaster too. The
Oh,
little toaster.
Yeah.
I took a picture.
Actually, the new thing that's coming in is they have these suction devices in kitchens where you can sweep the floor and it sucks the,
Oh,
you don't have to
yeah.
have a dustpan.
Like an
I
HVAC.
like those, yeah,
I like
yeah, it
that.
goes all to this little opening and.
Yeah, and it goes boom and it takes it
I
away.
think they're great.
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't that HVAC?
No HVAC, no HVAC. It's heating, ventilating, air conditioning.
Sorry.
Oh, you're thinking of a
House vacuum?
central vac?
Yes.
Central vac? Sort of, but they're actual they're placed under they're placed under cabinets in the kitchen. So not exactly.
Right on the back.
And it's not, you don't plug your, a cord or an appliance
Gotcha.
in.
Okay.
It's just like a suction thing. That's all I can tell you.
I wish they'd bring back
it
laundry chute from upstairs. Those are great.
How about, does anybody, you'll see these very rarely in Alaska, but I see them in other areas of the country. Dumbwaiters.
Yeah.
Dumb waiters?
In.
People, some of them have big enough dumbwaiters you could fit bodies in them.
Yes, yes. But you never had to take the garbage out, you just bring it up,
Yeah,
you open this door and you put all the garbage on
dumbwaiters, yeah. Amazing.
My dad just cut a hole in the linen closet in our bathroom upstairs, and we just lined it with 1x12s and had a laundry chute straight to the laundry.
it. Love it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's the thing to do.
Laundry chutes.
We had a
I-
heck of a game of hide and seek in our house.
Oh, I bet. You know, the other thing.
Yeah, they put the cat down there.
You know, how about in the East Coast, it's not unusual to find a house with an incinerator. Like the boiler is like a fired appliance and you can put your trash in it. And incinerators.
Yeah.
Like you open up a little thing, you put the trash in and it burns it. Right? That's where you hide them. People always want to know where to hide the dead bodies. Come talk to me. I know where.
What state is this?
So when you start moving to the East Coast.
Yeah.
When you start moving to the East Coast. It's not very normal to see it in the West Coast because Western expansion. When you get into the East Coast, you're going to see some really interesting design features in houses. When you go down to Florida, you're going to see like pink kitchens, pink Pepto-Bismol kitchens, all of the, Art Deco colors. And you can go buy brand new appliances in Art Deco colors. It's like pretty common. Okay. All right, so let's get back to this. So buyer thinks price, I'm willing to pay subject to closing costs and repairs. Seller thinks this is the house I'm offering and this is the price I'm offering it at. Okay, they're not discounting for closing costs or repairs. You see that? That's the price that they're trying to get, right? So now we have to also factor in so the financing makes a big difference when it comes to the kind of house the buyer wants to buy. So the older and more, a house can be old and in good condition. It's not age-based. That's what I need you to know. It's not age-based. Because if a home is older but it's in excellent condition, it's fine. If a home is older and it's in poor condition, that's when it's a problem. Okay? You know, what would be considered poor condition? the bigger ticket items and the life safety items. That's where the big deal. So the older my homes are, remember, the older my homes are and the worse condition I'm finding them in, I want to try and get my seller to possibly do a pre-home inspection, especially with some of these reports that you saw had three-page lists of repairs, because I can actually price a property in its fixed condition, and I might be able to, if not protect my price, I might be able to if I've actually substantially increased the value of the property, I can recapture some, if not all, of the repairs I paid. Isn't that great?
If a pre-inspection is done on a house and it says it's available upon request, and if you're in this house and you see on the ceiling, it's all painted, but it's wrinkly as if there was probably a leak up there.
Yeah.
And nothing's mentioned on the disclosure report.
Yeah.
Let's say you get that pre-inspection report.
Sure.
Let's say it's not addressed, but I'm concerned about it. Do I point that out to my, my buyer here? I'd be concerned about that. I mean, because above it, I know is the washer and dryer or a bathroom.
I think what I would do, what I would try and do is I would try and talk to the listing licensee about it.
Okay.
Say, hey, I just want to say, I'm seeing something right above let's call it a bathroom for kicks and giggles, where it looks like you've had a repair, but I can still see something going on. I don't see it in the pre-home inspection. I don't see it. What's the next place I'm looking for items, guys? Where's the other place I'm looking for items all the time? Disclosure statements. Disclosure statements will often talk about leaks or et cetera.
Yeah, and
Right?
there's nothing there.
If there's nothing in the
Clearly-
disclosure statement, but if I can, now, here's another item though. Remember, let's go back over there.
Right.
Right there, that's evidence that there's been water there. Okay, I've worked here for 3 years. That ceiling tile has been here. 10 years ago, I was in this room taking a class. That ceiling tile was stained 10 years ago. See what I'm saying? So if the leak, if something was fixed and done 10 years ago, that's an indication that there was water. It's not an indication that it's leaking now, and it certainly is not an indication, you have no idea how long that's been there. I can truthfully tell you, I've worked in this office for 3 years, it's been there. And then 10 years ago when I took a class, it was there too,
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
So now we need to figure out, is this a,
Yeah, I hate for instance, this person to
right,
pay all this money
Yes.
just for that.
right. But if it turns out it's just, it's something leaked 15 years ago, and that was a bad repair job, but it hasn't leaked since. So you can't know until you got to ask some additional questions. I'm looking at something, I can't tell what it is. And of course, you notice I'm not making any kind of accusations. I'm not saying, oh, well, that's evidence, that's a leak.
And would I mention to my buyer that I'm calling the enlistment?
You
about
certainly
this?
could. You could say, I have a question.
Okay.
I've said that
Because
before.
I'm not an inspector.
I'm not an
but-
inspector. I'm just I can just I spy this with my naked eye. I wonder what that's about. Is it okay to wonder what something's about? And you certainly can ask a question, and they certainly can help you answer it. Okay, so you did your 3 amendments, my friend, and you said for the DeArmond property, was a full price offer, and the seller was paying $20,000 in closing costs. Can you imagine a seller paying $20,000 in closing costs?
Oh, man, I don't know if I
Isn't
could
that, but at a
stomach that.
$700,000 price point,
That's 3%.
there you go. Okay, replace handrail at exterior stairs, height should be 3/4 to 38 inches and graspable and extend full length of stairway. That is an excellent term. Okay, you're missing seller 2, and you're missing who's gonna do the work. You're missing who's gonna do it and who's gonna do the work, okay? Install tempered glass to windows at exterior stairwell, work to be done by licensed window installer. Nice, you did that. Garage door opener to be connected directly to an outlet, work to be done by a licensed electrician. Who else besides an electrician on a garage door opener could work on a garage door?
The garage door.
Company.
A garage door company,
Sure.
okay? So in that instance, I think you're right, an electrician could wire it, or I could ask for a garage door opener like RAM Services or something.
That's right.
Okay, so just remember, it doesn't necessarily, you gotta think of who can do this work. So, by the way, can a general contractor do all work?
If he's bonded, certified, and
If he's
insured.
licensed, bonded, and insured, in theory, a general contractor can do any work. A specialty contractor can do specialty work. And oftentimes, you're going to get a question back to you. So here's the question. One of it would be, okay, so thank you so much. I got your repair amendment, Megan. And one of the things you've asked for is you've asked for a plumber, you've asked for an electrician. Will you accept a handyman doing all this work?
Are they licensed and bond?
Are they licensed and bonded? Then what should your answer be?
Yes.
Can a handyman, under a handyman's license, do electrical and plumbing work?
No.
Not electrical.
Yeah.
So, you ready? You have to know.
And I don't think, handymans are licensed.
But yeah, there was a whole big shebanger. They made handymen get
Yeah,
on.
because my landlord, I came into my apartment and it smelled like gas and I got really scared. Because my fireplace has been turned off all year. Where nothing like it on. So it's gas. Anyways. So he comes in and he's like, okay, so I don't know what it is. But I'm not an electrician, so we're gonna call an electrician. And so I had to wait for the electrician to come and he checked it and there was no gas in my house, but
Who
the
else, if
dishwasher.
you smell gas, who else can you call immediately, FYI? And
Instar.
start natural gas.
Okay.
Call, if you say gas, they will send somebody out with a little detector
Right, that's what
device.
they came.
Yeah, they'll come right in with
I
that.
ended up having my dishwasher overheated a plastic thing that
Oh, so it actually had a similar smell.
similar
Oh,
smell,
gotcha.
yeah. So right whenever the electrician came in, I opened the dishwasher to empty the load. And I'm like, I found where the leak was.
Yeah,
It's in
the
here.
smell, right.
Yeah.
That's not embarrassing. is it? Yeah, I know. My house smells.
It was like
natural
11
gas.
o'clock at night too.
I know.
I had to wake up.
I've been
my-
drinking a little bit. My house smells about gas. Okay, so I like your terms. I would just like to maybe include a couple things.
Okay.
I would like you to start saying seller will, seller to, okay? Because I'm asking a specific person. I'm always asking for licensed bonded contractors. And boys and girls, I'd like to see receipts to be provided as soon as the work is complete. Why do I want receipts? Why does your buyer want receipts? Why, if I represent a buyer,
To
do I want
prove
to
it.
see
Who's
receipts?
the licensed person did it.
To
not
verify.
To verify, trust but verify, here's one other
Gives
thing.
us quality, it gives you a perception of quality.
How about this too? Are you ready? Are you ready for a big fat armor shield to go
I bet
across
you're
your
not liable.
So when your buyer is saying, Teresa, oh my God, they fixed the dishwasher and it's leaking, you can say, okay, do you remember in your closing documents, you have a list of, or do you remember, I had sent you all those receipts that we received? I have the email right here, happy to send it. So it turns out that K Appliance came out and repaired the dishwasher. So if there's a problem with the repair that they did, let's give them a call. What did that just do for you? What did that just do for you?
It's not your fault, it's their fault.
Instead of them calling me, and a lot of times the buyer, because they have the receipts, they did check their email, they know that K Appliance fixed the dishwasher.
They'll call that
Now they're
person.
calling K Appliance directly, and they're not talking to you at all. They're not calling you and bothering you with something that happened because there's a contractor that did the work, they have the receipt for it, they can dial the damn phone number themselves and ask them to come out and warranty the work that they did. How's that for amazing?
Where do we put in that we're gonna have the work re-inspected?
Okay, we don't. That's, remember, that, and thank you for asking that.
I'm looking at
That
it.
is in that's in your right and duty of inspection,
So you
right?
don't have to tell them.
You don't have to tell them.
You just have to ask them if it's okay to that day.
Yeah, no, okay, so let's go, and thanks for asking that. So let's go back here. So your right and duty of inspection starts, you guys, starts on page 4 of 9, okay? And go to N. N. And if you don't have it in front of you, I'm happy to read it to you. It says, if seller's corrections are subject to re-inspection, that means once the repairs are complete. Okay? They're subject to reinspection and approval prior to closing by the same or a qualified inspector approved above. Buyer shall pay for the first reinspect and thereafter seller to pay for all additional reinspection fees. So you do not have to, on your repair addendum, and as a matter of fact, pardon me, amendment, you do not have to say, you don't have to ask for photos, and you do not ask for, you don't have to ask for a reinspect. You are automatically granted that by a clause in our contract.
But who's gonna require that? I mean, it says if it's
Right.
subject to reinspection.
What I can tell you right now is appraisals are requiring,
Okay.
if repairs are done, that they be what we call photo and finals. And if you're at our sales meeting, you're gonna hear that all the time. And if we're sitting here at the risk management meeting where they buy us pizza, they're gonna talk to you about that all the time. Like lenders are saying, you guys, repairs are subject to re-inspects, and we have to have what we call photo and finals.
So you pretty much have to count on paying for a reinspection.
Buyers should, and again, here's one of the things we conveniently leave off, and I'm gonna bet all of us do it. And by the way, I've been guilty of it myself. I'm not going to shout anybody out for something I haven't done myself. I always forget to tell the buyer, not only are they gonna pay for the home inspection, but if they want the, and it might be required, that the reinspect be done, it's at their expense. And I typically quote $100 is what it's gonna cost, but you wanna ask the inspector that's doing the home inspection what they charge for a reinspect. Also, let me tell you another something that's funny. You're not going to get a different home inspector to go out and reinspect repairs. Most of them won't do it. Like, will not do that.
And can that be a problem if they're so busy?
It could be a super problem if, here's where it gets to be a problem, where where your buyer accepted a previous home inspection, and that home inspector says that they're not going to go out and re-inspect the repairs
For $100.
for $100. They might charge as much as a new home inspection.
Right.
That's
I
where you can get like kind of like somebody really upset with you. Okay, but one of the things we should be saying to buyers is you not only should be expecting to pay for the home inspection, you also need to expect to pay for a re-inspection. And here's how you can say it. If you're gonna ask for repairs, they might have to be re-inspected. If so, the first re-inspection is at your expense. But here's why there's a safety mechanism in our contract that the second inspection has to be paid for the seller. Because just like when you guys went and did your final walkthrough and you could clearly see that the repairs were not complete, can I tell you, or in Mary Ann's situation where they went out there, they had paid for the windows to be in, but they clearly it was a slipshod job, where we could call somebody back out and have them fix it. And then that second repair, the seller has to verify that the repairs are done, okay? Then the buyer gets them re-inspected. If there's an issue with the repair, then it's on the seller. Right?
It happens.
It happens all the time. And by the way, I'm going to tell you, I bet, just to be fair to that window guy, that story that you were telling, I bet he sent his guys out there, and I bet he told them to install the windows. And of course, they were supposed to install the flashing and the insulation and everything else around it, and they didn't. You know, and I bet he was super embarrassed.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, you can feel it.
Yeah. So obviously, but he came right out and he fixed it, right? Yeah. See, most contractors, that's what they're gonna do. If you can clearly see something wasn't done, they're gonna come back out and they're gonna make you happy. And why? And that's it's a balance. Do you see? It's a balance for this buyer. So he has a good feeling that he can ensure that the work was done. And then it's a balance that he doesn't have to pay for another re-inspect if it wasn't done. Then the seller has to pay for it. So obviously, when we talk to sellers about getting repairs done, the buyer's going to pay for a re-inspect. If there's anything wrong with these repairs, you're going to have to pay for a second re-inspect if some of them weren't done. So FYI, Mr. Seller, it's up to you to kind of be tracking on these repairs. Now, oftentimes in certain situations, guys, we are the ones who are helping the seller find contractors and going in and doing work. If you're going to get into that process, who's going to be trying to pay attention to whether or not repairs are getting complete? We are.
Now, can the buyer still walk if they get disgusted because they didn't make the repairs?
That is correct. You have breached the contract, right? That's a breach. That's a material breach to the contract. if we agreed on something, you didn't do it. And buyers get really excited when they find out that, especially when they have a laundry list of repairs, that all of the repairs were not complete. They get really frustrated. Okay, but here's what I would tell you. You guys, come on. They hired somebody to do the work. They didn't do the work to your satisfaction. That's why we have another swing at the bat. It's what's our job to do.
Right.
Our job is to
with
be
it.
reality. This is reality. Okay, they get another swing at the bat, and now this is going to cost the seller. Not only is he embarrassed, not only does he have to call these yahoos back and get them to do the work, okay, or complete it, or get somebody else to do it. Now he's going to have to pay for the next reinspection. So yes, you're mad that this didn't get done, but guess what? We have a mechanism to hold their feet to the fire so that you're happy. Isn't that great? That's why that's there. Okay, so that's why you don't need to put that in your thing. Okay. Okay, so that's what you said for that. And then on the Brook side, adjust or repair the door between the garage and living space to ensure the door self-closes to the fully latched position and ensure all fire separated requirements are met. And ensure you snuck in a low ball. I like how you lowballed, okay? Ensure all fire separation requirements are met. FYI, do you remember on Brookside, this was the duplex that they did not complete the fire separation in the garage. And all she said was, ensure all fire separated requirements are met. That's actually if you were going to be clever, that's a very clever way to get that garage, what? Drywalled. You didn't actually ask for them to drywall the garage. You asked for them to to ensure all fire separation requirements are met. Now, Mariana's sitting over there going, I didn't know I was a Wile E. Coyote, but I am. Beep, beep. You're a Wile E. Coyote. Okay, have an HVAC technician inspect and clean the heating system. Why is having them inspect and clean the heating system not enough?
And fix the.
I need to fix, repair.
That are on the report.
Yep, there you go. And provide a receipt so that you can verify. Trust but verify. Okay? All right. The multi-wire branch circuits within electrical panel need double pole common internal trip circuit breaker ties to be completed by a qualified electrician. That is a good, okay. I would tell you though, just between you and the lamppost, thank you for doing your homework, so I'm not bashing on you, that these 3 repairs are not enough repairs on this property. Okay, and tell me your strategy. I noticed you did only 3 on each. What was your strategy?
I thought that was our assignment, to just do 3 on each.
No, to do 3 reports, I needed you to write a repair amendment.
Oh, well, I could have written a lot more because.
There you go, okay.
When I was writing about that
Okay.
electric thing, I'm looking at that and I'm going, I'm darn well want that case, because I had no clue. what-
Okay,
So-
no, it wasn't choose 3 repairs. I apologize. It was for you to write repair
Oh, I
amendments.
could have gone on and on.
Okay, there we go. Okay, because I'm going, why have you only put 3
I had a
repairs?
hard time coming down to those.
Okay,
3.
and see, FYI, isn't that interesting about communication?
Yeah.
Right.
Did anybody else come up with the same thing that she did, that I was saying only do 3 repairs? Okay, you only did 3 repairs?
It's 3 repair amendments.
It was 3, you didn't do anything.
I typed it down.
You typed this? Okay. Okay, so why do we not have to, okay, again, we'll get there in a minute. Okay, I won't pick on you. Okay, have a professional chimney. This is
Just
on
say it.
Alpine. Alpine was the house that was an FHA loan, right, that had all the crap done. Have a professional chimney, wood stove installer, clean and inspect the wood stove flue pipe. Have a qualified mechanical contractor properly install water heater, gas supply line. Repair door between garage and living space to self-close to the latch position. Okay, I'm really interesting. Isn't it interesting what you heard versus what I thought I communicated? Did you get that? That only
I wrote it down, write 3 repair amendments.
write 3 repair amendments
Yeah.
on
thought
these
her-
3 reports. Write the repair amendment.
Wait, I thought that these were addendums.
No, amendments, addendums are when you add to a contract, when you originally write it.
You just
Before
explained
the
it.
accepted.
This is the counter.
This is not a counter-off, this is an amendment, we're amending the
After
contract
the home inspection.
for the home inspection. I know, You had it so close. You had it so
You
close.
did, because you explained it correctly earlier, and I understood it after you
Well, it's like,
explained
that's what
it.
happened to me. I started with.
What happened?
this and this.
What happened? You had it. You had it right here.
I know,
You had
addendum
it
and
right
amendment
here.
always confuses me.
That's what you said. You said it right.
Yeah, but I thought that we were at the addendum part. I thought we
No,
already had.
addendum is when you're writing an offer and you have more to ask for than the space you have available. That is you are adding to a contract. That's an addendum. Amendment is once the contract is accepted, which it is once you've gone to the home inspection. You could have gone through counter offers and whatnot. Now we're going to amend the contract with a repair amendment.
So after an accepted contract, it is always an
Always
No
an
more
amendment.
adding on.
Got it.
You just amend what you've already
Yeah.
added on.
And by the way, we use these terms in the office interchangeably sometimes. It's not, you're not going to be the only one. It's
People
like,
do, yeah.
by the way, it's like calling an agent or a licensee. You've got all these people who are going to be like, we're not agents anymore, we're licensees. I'm like, hold the phone, Skippy. That's what the world calls us. Just relax your pony ride for a minute. Okay, I think that's very interesting. Again, how we communicate is super important, even when we're asking for repairs. So we had a communication where I thought I was being extremely clear and I was not. Okay, now, thank you so much. Now, Abraham at least tried to do one, and he said, seller to install working smoke detectors on each level of the home. Why do you not have to ask for that? This is
Because
why I
it's
don't want
already
you
in
to
the
waste your
contract.
time on this.
The
Okay.
seller is obligated
The
to do it
seller is
already.
obligated by the state of Alaska, and remember on our additional, when our first, you guys, one of the things, when you get to your costs on page 2 of 9, why you need to be a technician of this contract. Per the contract, we've already marked to the seller smoke detectors and CO detectors. So since we have already addressed that, I don't need to waste time, energy, or effort in my repair amendment asking for CO or smoke detectors. I've already negotiated that. Just like, you guys, if I've already, in my original offer, I've asked for an HVAC inspection, I don't have to ask for another one. I've already asked for that. I've already negotiated that.
Inspector.
Inspector, how dare they? Okay. So does that make sense? So I'm not going to waste a line item in a home inspection report asking for something. Here's the things I'm not going to ask for, okay? If I've already negotiated an HVAC inspection using our terminology, I'm not going to ask for that. I'm not going to ask for CO detectors or smoke detectors. I'm not going to ask for anything any term that I put in my offer. I'm not going to reiterate it on a repair because I've already got it.
Wouldn't it be quicker to just, when you do your initial offer, just put, seller to make all repairs for home inspection?
No, because I'm not going to agree to that.
Your offer doesn't look favorable.
No, because look at this
That's
one.
like a blanket.
Yeah, that's like, you have just asked for a blank check.
Right.
And no, I'm not going to do that. And no licensee I know would accept that offer, just so you know.
It just seems
I was
like,
gonna be lazy too, and I was gonna put something like, by seller to agree to met mortgage
Requirements? No,
requirements.
no, we're not going to do that either.
No?
No, we're not going to do that either. We're not going to say, we're not going to give somebody else a blank check. Because if you give a mortgage company a blank check, what are they going to do?
They want everything.
They're going to want everything fixed. So we're going to negotiate what we want fixed. And by the way, sometimes the buyer doesn't want everything fixed. So on this particular property on Alpine, do you want to know the reason why the buyer didn't want anything fixed?
They didn't want the bank sticking their nose in.
Not just that, but there was one other reason. This guy was Bob the Builder.
He wanted
He
to
was a
fix
mixer
it.
fix it. He was gonna go in and they had already gone out and priced every single thing. They were gonna go in. He wanted to be in charge of the repairs. Would it make good sense when he saw the kind of work that this dude did? He really didn't want this guy
Right.
either hiring someone to do the repairs, doing the repairs, being in charge of the repairs, looking at the house. Does that make sense? I mean, sometimes you're just looking at somebody and you're like, oh my God, no, stop. I don't want you doing anything. You know, this guy wanted to go in and do all of the repairs themselves. So they were not interested in the repairs at all. That was not their thing. They were absolutely terrified that anything would cue this deal because they knew what they were getting. What were they getting? They were getting a $500,000 house for $369,000, right? So they did not want anything to mess that up. Okay? So they didn't want anything brought up. Okay? But we wanted to make sure, because of the condition that the house was in, they did want to make sure that did want to make sure that it was habitable.
Right.
Now, I would tell you, for me, this house is uninhabitable. Does anyone know why this house is uninhabitable? For a couple different reasons. Yeah, holes in your roof, dudes. Holes in your roof. You have a heating system that's been tagged and shut down by the municipality. Oh, that the seller had turned back on. Okay, and you have a hot water heater that's, if you think about it, should be off-gassing carbon dioxide, thank you, CO, carbon monoxide into the house, because did you see how do you remember seeing the picture? The vent was turned over? Okay. Okay, so would you like to know how I would write a home inspection repair amendment? And would you like to know what I would include? And it's
Yes.
going to be based on this stuff right here. Okay? Also, so who's gonna be my buyer? Who's gonna be my test buyer?
I'll buy.
You'll be the buyer? Okay. Which house did you wanna make which one were you interested in?
I think I'm gonna make that. Well, that will make it too easy, but I think I will buy the one on the hillside.
You want well, we got two on the house side. We've got one that was the $700,000 house, and I've got the Alpine Drive.
No, I want Alpine Drive.
You want Alpine Drive, and how are you financing Alpine Drive?
I'm gonna go conventional because I don't want nobody going over there and looking at that mess.
Okay, you're gonna go conventional. So if you were just a Joe Q buyer and you were going conventional, I have 22 items of life safety repairs, and I've got 13 items of significant repairs. Okay? So when it says life safety, can we all agree that most people are gonna focus on those? Okay? However, when I see as a buyer significant, that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Now, are you, Abraham, are you comfortable? Is there anything in this report that makes you want to exit the contract, that there's something you just cannot live with?
I think I'm gonna have to change my mentality because I'm gonna make it too complicated, but I think I do want some repairs in that.
You want repairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanna be able to safely live it.
You want to be able to safely live in this house, and we're financing conventional. So if I'm financing conventional, I'm gonna have a conversation with Abraham, and I'm gonna say, well, because you're putting a significant down payment down on the property, the bank will not require as many repairs on this property as it would if you were a less qualified buyer. Did you like how I said that? Okay, so you really can drive the train or drive the bus on what you want. Is there anything in here that you don't care about? Now let's go. Does everybody have the list with them? Let's go over it again. We've got ensure each level of the home has a carbon, and let me give them back to you then. So you have the opportunity to read along with us, because that's only fair. There you go, lady. Okay, so I'm looking at the Alpine Focus did the report. Okay, so we've got ensure each level. I gotta have one to read. I'm sorry. Can you maybe read over her shoulder? I'm ensure each level of the home has a carbon monoxide detector. I'm not asking for that. How come? It's in my contract. Battery operated smoke alarms, am I asking for that?
No, it's because
It's in the contract. Okay, so now so the water heater is not properly installed. The furnace is shut down. Holes are cut into the heating system ducting. Garage is not fire resistant. We got a plastic drain pipe in the garage ceiling is not properly supported. Garage door and the living space is not closed. Gaps and penetrations around any metal plumbing pipes, valves, conduit, and wires in the sheetrock. Large window to the front main entry is not safety rated glass. Now, I'm going to tell you, just between you and the lamppost, I'm not like a Nazi on safety rated glass, but it would depend for me on how many small children were in my home. Okay, why would I care way more about small kids?
Because they run around.
Yeah, okay. Although you don't hear in the news very often that a child has gone through glass. You know, you don't hear it very often, okay? The rear electrical outlet on the upper deck is buried in the wall, not GFCI protected, and is missing an exterior rated cover plate. Exposed and improperly terminated wiring near the ceiling in the garage above the furnace. Framing of the doorway between the garage and living space has been installed over one side of the circuit breaker panel, so I can't get out the circuit breaker panel. Improperly terminated electrical wiring and lights powered by extension cords. Exposed wiring, light switches. And the reason what my eye is drawing to is I am grouping things together in my mind.
I
Okay?
want an electrician.
I want an electrician to go over and solve X, Y, and Z electrical issues. I'm going to make it one term, okay? And I'm going to ask for several different items to be grouped together, okay? Improperly terminated electrical wiring, exposed electrical wiring. The gas meter vent on the front exterior of the building is within 3 feet of an opening window. Recommending calling utility for repair. So what this tells me is that NSTAR Natural Gas has to repair this. So I'm going to tell you, between you and the lamppost, I'm going to tell Abraham, we could ask the seller to do this, but they can't make NSTAR Natural Gas do anything. I have no idea if it'd be a cost to this homeowner or not. Maybe for safety purposes, we should ask the seller to do that, just in case there's any cost. But if he can't do it or won't do it, it's been like this since the house is constructed. Okay, what do you think the idea is that the gas meter vent being in front of a bedroom window?
In case of a leak.
Gases.
Yeah, in case of a leak. Yeah, in case of a leak or something like that, yeah, okay. However, FYI, you're gonna find a lot of old school houses, the meters and the vents and stuff are placed wherever NSTAR placed them at the time, and that has nothing to do with the homeowner. Does that make sense? That has to do with the utility company. Okay, all right. The wood stove in the front interior does not have an adequate clearances from combustibles and is improperly installed, with the chimney passing through the garage space. Now, I guess my point would be, this is a pretty crappy wood stove. It's not installed correctly. So Abraham, are you buying this house because it has a wood stove?
No, let's get rid of it.
You don't even care about the wood stove. Okay, so if we're gonna write a repair amendment on something that you don't care about, let's not even address it. If you guys are thinking about taking it out, I mean, it doesn't seem like we're gonna be, and my point being is we're asking this guy to do a whole bunch of things that are gonna be really expensive. And I want you to think about giving yourself a budget, and I want you to think about where's the biggest bang for your buck. Okay, for me, this house needs a new heating system. What is a heating system gonna run?
7,000, something that big, will probably go up to 12,000.
Okay, so what do I really want done? Are you following me down the line? What's the most important thing to you, Abraham? You're buying this house, you see the potential for upside gain.
I think the most important thing for me in this particular house is to have an electrician go over stuff, because I don't want this house to go on fire before I can get money.
Nice. How about I also want, I want a working heating system. I have a heating system that's not working, right? It's been tagged and shut down by the municipality. Okay, FYI, a tagged and shut down heating system, either the seller has to fix it or I have to fix it, one of us, right? Okay, and depending on how much you're paying for it and how much you're negotiating closing costs, okay? Now, I'm going to tell you, most buyers would read this report and leave the building. They are DFTing the transaction. 99% of buyers are DFTing the transaction. Do you get that? Are you buying this house?
No.
I'm not buying this house. Now, maybe I'm buying this house if I have some money and I see the potential for the $130,000 of gain. If it got brought up to a $500,000 house, maybe I'm buying this property because I'm not willing to give that up. But then now's the conversation. So you want the upside gain. Let me help you out here. Seller's broke. Seller has no money. He doesn't want to sell the house because he's been divorced, and the judge and the court are forcing him to sell. He has no money. The house was originally listed at a really higher price point. Does anybody remember? I think it was listed at $499 or something. was originally listed at I can't remember, but it was originally listed at the actual, what the market value, 394.9, thank you for checking, 394.9. So it's come down significantly. He's got no money to do anything. Oh, and he still has to get a COSA. What's a COSA? Well and septic. Still has to do a COSA, okay? Has to do a COSA in order to sell the house. That has nothing to do with you, okay? All right, so what's the most important thing for you?
Well, now that you mentioned, I think the most important thing will be to have a operator heating system.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Here's what I know. If the municipality of Bainbridge has tagged this heating system, it needs a ton of work. The amount of work it needs to it is equal to or greater than a new system. But I'm a Wile E. Coyote real estate licensee, so I'm asking for one thing. Seller 2, repair or replace heating system.
How can the municipality have tagged it?
That was my question, like, how did they ever get out there
Yeah,
to,
why would they inspect it?
Every once in a while, you'll call NSTAR Natural Gas, or you guys will call, here's how it will happen. You'll call an HVAC contractor to come out to your house, and they will say this is an inoperable machine, and they will tag it.
so it's a technician will tag it?
Technician
basically
will tag
on-
it. If NSTAR came out, they'll tag it.
And NSTAR, I can see that, because they're this
NSTAR will come out and
life and
tag it.
safety stuff,
Yep,
because,
yep. And if for any reason, if the municipality got a call or came out to look at something, and they saw that the furnace was in this condition, they'll tag it.
I would think it would be more like an HVAC technician. would
I would
just-
bet, yeah.
Has per his licensure, probably has the
Correct.
ability to like tag out systems that are.
So seller to repair or replace heating system, to include hot water heater, garage unit heater, by licensed, bonded, HVAC contractor with receipt.
Can you put technician instead of contractor?
No, I'm not going to put a technician because a contractor is going to be replacing a boiler or replacing.
Oh,
It's
I
not a
see.
technician.
Okay.
A technician is the guy who works for the contractor.
True. Gotcha.
With receipts provided. Solar repair or replace. Why am I saying repair or replace?
Because if it's beyond repair, you want to replace.
Okay. Heating system to include, what is that?
Hot water heater.
Hot water heater, garage unit heater by licensed bonded HVAC contractor with receipts provided.
It's almost your standard stuff you had in the other thing, which instead of
I'm not,
repair or replace. That
Repair or
bingo
replace.
word, replace.
well, but here's what a seller is going to say. And this is what I know sitting down with sellers. They're going to be like, well, I'm not going to replace that damn thing, but I'll say, well, it has to work. So here's me arguing with the seller. Who wants to be my seller? Jim, you're my seller. Okay. So Jim, the municipality has tagged your heating system. Any buyer buying this house is going to want the heating system to work. Your heating system does not work. So it either has to be repaired, and FYI, you've tried to have it repaired. I know you've tried to have it repaired because they tagged the furnace. You tried to have it repaired.
My position is that I don't want to pay for it.
Okay, well, here's the deal.
To cover it?
As is.
No, this property was not sold as is. Okay, Guy, we have to meet your court date, and you have an attorney, okay, that all these documents are going by. This is a legitimate request. You cannot sell this house without this. So we're gonna have to, let's get a contractor up here. Now, here's where I switch him a little bit. Let's get a contractor up here. Oh, I don't like the guy who did it. Okay, fine, let's call somebody else. Let's get a contractor up here. Let's have him give you a cost. If he can repair it, I'll give you the name of 10 people. If somebody can repair it, great, perfect. They're saying they're happy to have it repaired, okay? And I think this is the seller giving you handing you a bone, saying, hey, if you can get it repaired, great, let's get it repaired. but the house has to have heat. There's no way around it. We live in Alaska. Okay, my friend? So we have to get that, we have to do this. And this is me being strong, saying, well, I don't want to. I understand. Feel, felt, found. Let me help you. And you know what? You're absolutely right. Other people have felt this way too. I understand. I know. Feel, felt, found. Okay? I understand how you feel. Others feel this way too. Okay? You are not alone. Here's the bottom line. Let me land the plane for you. Okay? Here's what I found. In order to sell this home, this is a no joke item that has to be fixed. We're not moving forward without it. You are not going to buy another property unless it has a working heating system for you and your family. That's legitimate. Okay, so let's move forward. Let's start, and even if somebody's arguing with you about the fact that they're not going to do something, then you have to stop them and say, we at least have to get prices on it.
Well, let's get a new, different contractor this time.
Perfect. Okay, let's do that. Okay, done. Land the plane. See that? So even when somebody's arguing with you, I'm not gonna do that. I say, okay, I hear what you're saying that you're not gonna do it. Let's at least put a dollar figure to you losing this deal. And I can't do that because I'm not an HVAC contractor. Okay, I cannot do that. I don't know what this is gonna cost. Did you get me? I'm saying, I'm hearing you, but let's at least investigate. Because maybe if I find out that it's only gonna cost two, whatever, to fix it, okay, I'll do that. Or if you have somebody else besides me, the licensee, telling you, oh no, it has to be replaced, then guess what I'm doing? Then I'm no longer the bad guy. Now it's the heating contractor who wants
So
the money.
if the seller's being that resistant, it would make me think he didn't have the money.
Well, he probably doesn't.
So how do you go about, just
Okay,
talking
well,
about that?
typically so here's what I can do for you, Jim, and I'm happy to do this with all these repairs. I have contractors that I can contact that will be willing to get paid out of closing. Either that, or you might have to dip into your credit cards, you might have to dip into your savings, you might have to go get a loan, you might have to do something. But in order to meet the dates, meet your deadline, in order to get you into your next home, in order to get you moved to South America, to your next job, whatever the thing is, whatever the obstacle is, that's the compelling reason why they're selling this house, we're going to have to figure this one out. Now, some people are going to put it, you guys, some people are going to put it on their credit cards. Some people are going to finance the repairs on their house, okay? If there's enough equity in their property, what can we do? We can get it paid out of closing every day and twice on Sunday, paid out of closing, okay? My next one I'm gonna do is I'm going to hit all electrical. Okay, so I'm going to group, I'm going to say seller to have electrician, investigate, repair, fix or remedy. You can use these, investigate, repair, fix, or remedy. These can be interchangeable, or you can use one or two of them together. Depends on how you like to write things. Okay, and then I'm going to literally go through, and I'm going to go rear electrical outlet on home, exposed and improperly terminated electrical wiring near the ceiling, improperly terminated electrical wiring with extension cords. I'm gonna hit all of the different electrical items, and I'm gonna kind of list them out. Does that make
Couldn't you
sense?
just list the item number?
You can, but you have to be careful with that. If the reason why you don't
If it's
list
not
item
on there,
numbers is because if your buyer, in this case, the buyer does not want the home inspection report going to the lender.
Okay.
If you list pages 1, 2, and 4, then the lender is going to say, give me the home inspection report. If you list just the repairs, then they're not going to. Is that fair? Okay. You guys, I'm going to give you a 10-minute break right now. And we decided that the two big mamma jammas were the electrical and the thing. So now I only have 2 repairs. One I've said hire an electrician with receipts. Okay, and the other I've asked for, but I've focused on what's the big mamma jamma items to you instead of every single repair. Okay, because sometimes I can't get a seller who's broke to do everything.
Zena sent me text, she's also.
Oh, hi Zena.
Hey, Teresa,
Yes.
is there any issue of, well, my client got a 90% letter from Wells Fargo and then they, went and talked to Home State.
There is a problem if that remember in our contract, it says if you want to change lenders, you do so with the seller's consent.
Okay, so there's probably a form for that,
Just an amendment.
just an amendment, okay.
Yeah, or you can actually call the listing licensee and say, hey, they talked to Home State, do you have any problem with Home State? You can call, I can have a conversation
And just do it.
and then follow it up.
And just follow up.
Follow it up with an amendment if they say yes, or if they go, oh my God, no!
I don't think they'll have a problem.
Probably not, but
Yeah,
if somebody were to have a hissy fit,
Mhm.
then you can go back to your buyer and say, hey, I'm just gonna tell you right now, per contract, the seller has the right to approve any changes in lender or loan type. And they were seeming to have a hissy fit, because we gave them the 90% letter from Wells. So I think we better stay with what we got. And ask if there is like a significant discount or something, see if Wells will match it so that you won't move the loan to Home State.
Right, but just shouldn't be an issue.
Depends on the seller. Depends on the seller, or the listing, depends on the listing licensee.
Yeah,
So if you told me you were gonna move to Home State, I'd be thrilled. If you told me you were gonna move to First Rate, I'd be like over my dead nerd body.
yeah, right, yeah. So, yeah, they're,
Or an internet lender, or,
yeah, right. They know folks over there.
Yeah,
And I'm
that's,
like,
and that's,
and
then
At the
why
very
didn't
beginning,
why didn't they go there?
well, I asked them to begin with, like, well, we already sort of kind of started down the road with
Oh, okay.
them. You know, it's just because they have their other loans, their
Sure.
house through them. And,
Well, they're gonna sell it off to Wells anyway.
no, I know that.
Yeah, and that's what that, you can say, well, Home State's gonna sell to Wells, so
But I
Wells
think
will.
I think the closing costs are lower and I think the rate currently might be lower, but who knows, rates move around, so,
With who? Would
yeah,
would not be a shocker whatsoever.
yeah, so.
They don't do that.
People think it's every real estate agent's dream to land their own reality TV show. My dream is to be able to add 100 points to every buyer's credit score.
Seriously, like,
Right.
yeah, I know you really want this house, but you have to go back to work.
Well, that is the weirdest thing. Who will want to? Like nothing will work.
It's May 25th already.
I didn't think even put feedback here. You want to go and try again. And then I went to my car and I called and started, we closed the door and I.
This skeleton, and cash offer. It's a big thing about a cash offer, yes, all you have to do is on the front, is that one little paragraph there where it says,
So first page, you'll check.
that, and then here.
And I don't think.
So, this date, you're gonna want to put this date on here when you can provide proof of funds. So- All they need is a letter from their bank saying that they have enough money in their bank account. If he wants to give you an all cash offer, tell him, when can you provide me proof of funds? If he asks you what are proof of funds, how can I provide that to you? Just go to your banker and tell them you need proof of funds to buy a home. and give them the amount that you need, and they'll write a letter for you and
Okay.
so forth. So put that date, normally it's like 3-4 days. Put that date in here, and then the date to close is still over here. Wait, sorry. Date to close, we're gonna put the closing date right.
Okay, then this one here. Okay, close no later than, proof of funds no later than, what do you give, 24 hours or?
So it states, no loan is needed to purchase this property. Buyer shall provide seller written third-party documentations verifying significant funds to close no later than. That don't look at it as they're asking you when we want to close right here. They're asking you, when can you provide us that you have the funds available to be able to close?
Do I give him a window or should I close that window and say in 3 days or?
So all this paragraph is stating is how many, if you could provide me proof of funds today, you're gonna put today's date right there.
Okay, and what's this for over here? Oh,
Date time, so
okay.
you're gonna put
So it
today's
could be
date.
today's date or tomorrow's date, okay.
So the day you wanna record is always going to be right here,
Okay.
no matter if it's cash or financing.
Right, great, and all the rest in between,
Yeah, so you're gonna wanna ask them,
Step by
when can
step.
you provide proof of funds?
Right, okay.
That's number one question.
Is this yours?
No.
Okay.
That one's mine.
I was gonna say, this is nice.
Yeah, I know, I totally write so much, I've been just completely writing notes.
Okay, I just have a funny feeling because he seems very elderly coming in from Western, and I just have a feeling, and it's 2399. And I just have this funny feeling.
Yeah, and whenever it comes to this,
Oh, yeah, how do you handle all that?
so,
That's a good question.
you don't need an appraisal when it's a cash offer.
Are we making,
You
I know, I'm tired of being asked this question.
I've only done one, so.
Well, that's a good
You
question.
do.
What was, you just
do
thought that
still
we
have a
weren't,
lot of these,
that we
but
only
you
had
don't
2
need
to
a
make
Yeah,
up.
so
You
we're
don't
saying
need
We have 3.
Okay.
a home inspection, but I
You're
definitely
lucky
still
devil, you.
recommend getting one.
Yeah. You're
Yes, go
so
for
good.
it.
You're saying it right. I just want to be done.
I got a quick question.
Yeah.
I just have a funny feeling this fellow that
Okay.
comes in might just, I mean, he's elderly coming from West,
Mhm.
that's one way. He might give you a cash offer, okay? So
Cool.
let's say he does.
Yep.
I have no clue. How do you address this?
Sure. So there's no commitment fee. There's no lender fee. There's no discount points. There's no MIP. There's no funding fee. There's no loan costs. There's still a flood cert tax registration. It's in Anchorage, no sales tax. It will have a resale certificate, right? It's in the homeowners association.
So it will.
So it'll have none of these, okay?
None the first time.
But yes, flood cert, yes. Tax, yes. Home warranty if he wants one. None of
We
these,
got that.
no loan. It's in Anchorage, no sales tax. It is in common in ownership, so yes, 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 and yes. If you're writing a cash offer, you typically don't ask the buyer for an appraisal. You could, but you typically don't. Okay, so you're still gonna have a title insurance, but no Alta, because that's for the lender. You'll have a recording fee and an escrow closing fee. There's still the brokerage fee, an attorney doc prep fee, because there is a deed. Still assessment pending. Yes, yes. It's a condo. No, no help. So if it has to do with the loan, the answer is no.
Okay.
If it doesn't have to do with the loan, if applicable.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay,
Okay. And other than that, we just go through everything else step by step.
all the same.
Okay.
But if I'm writing a cash offer, typically I'm not asking for an appraisal.
Okay. Maybe we'll say two.
No, you do not need an appraisal with a cash offer.
Okay.
Sometimes the buyer will want one, but you would say, a seller's gonna say no. It's not required. You're setting the price.
I mean, you can close pretty fast with cash, 2 weeks. I
Yeah.
close in 9 days.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You have to get the resale. The big deal is
Oh,
the
that's right,
resale.
5
Yeah.
days after they get that.
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I just had this feeling, we could, seriously gonna do conventional or, I mean, we could, I don't know, but that other option was
Mhm.
out
Make
there.
sure you ask them when they can provide proof of funds though, because I've lost a deal with that. I wrote in cash offer and their bank was just, it was horrible. They had the cash. I ended up having to terminate the,
Because the bank didn't cooperate in the.
yeah, and the listing licensee was not, they needed to sell the house, so it wasn't their fault at all, but my client wasn't being very, he wasn't telling us everything. So it was taking longer than it was supposed to for, I have no reason why I'm still to this day, but my broker ended up telling me I had to terminate the contract because my buyer was being too difficult. So I had terminated it and he ended up buying it with his lawyer.
Oh, gosh. Well, I
Yeah,
would still collect the,
all cash, same house, same price, everything.
it's just being difficult.
I know, and I showed him a lot of houses. I was not one happy camper.
You will still collect earnest money,
That's what I'm working my way to, yeah.
but he can negotiate what he wants to put down.
And that earnest money, he needs, let's say it is a cash deal, you need to go get me a certified check from the bank or.
No, he can write a check. He can write a check.
Or write a check.
He can write a check.
That's what I'm-
Or he can go, what else can he get?
Money order.
Money
a
order.
And get it all from a bank.
Money order you can
Myers.
get from Fred Meyer. Har's Grocery Store, Western Union.
Okay. Just saying, I'm thinking
Walmart.
positive here.
Mhm.
Not
Money
just
order.
to see the thing, but I have to have all my.
I know Walmart, I know, I like how you're thinking. I like that you're actually thinking he could write a cash offer.
Yeah, no, those are fun.
Yeah,
They
that's
are.
not working. Cut to the chase here.
Okay,
Yeah, I like to ask every client if you're gonna be writing with,
does anybody
Cash
want me to write a
It makes
specific
sense.
term? Does anybody want me to address a term? Does anybody want me to figure out how to write a repair request?
As in.
I do.
As
Is there
in,
something you saw that you wanted me to address? How would I do that?
Let's something specific, like,
I'm just saying, of what you guys read, all these magical, fantastical repairs, was there something that you wanted to know? How would you write that or how would you address that?
you write stuff like categories, like seller requests or buyer requests that all health and safety repairs
No,
be completed.
you do not want to do that. You want to ask for the specific, ask for the numbers or ask for the items. If you're-
Oh, I see items. Yeah, actually, so
I want you to group, and so what I want you to do is I want you to group items into electrical,
like
plumbing,
things, yeah.
maintenance, repairs.
Okay. So one thing that I sort of learned on that one transaction was you don't necessarily want to put the item one from the inspection report.
Yep.
You don't want to do that. You want to write the items down.
Why we do it this way?
Yeah. So you're not referencing it because you don't want to broadcast the fact that the inspection to the bank if they ever
Mhm.
see the contract.
Mhm.
They would have to have their inspection report in order to make sense of that numbering system.
Correct.
So just be specific, group like with like, and then, yeah. Pretty straightforward.
But you have to be so specific that you and I can both interpret the same exact thing.
Totally
There could be no, and I'll tell you
Words.
words that will get you in trouble. Ready for the dumbest thing I ever had happen to me? A house in Southport had the tile, what do you call it? Grout was coming out of the tile. And there was water, they have water meters. And they ran a water meter over a tile tub enclosure. Okay? We asked for the tile in the tub enclosure to be regrouted and resealed. Okay, does that seem very straightforward? How could I have messed that up?
because they rerouted right over the old route and it didn't take.
Worse, I didn't use the word entire. Entire tub enclosure. Do you understand that if I go and I put new grout in a tiled enclosure, it's going to be a different color, a different kind, and it's going to be sealed different. Okay, so the homeowner hired, and remember, homeowner is trying to do the little amount possible. Spend the little amount. Buyer wants the most Italian craftsman Renaissance. I want Michelangelo tiling my tub enclosure. These are conflicting ideas. So when we went to re-inspect the home inspection, okay, re-inspect, it was very clear that they had regrouted the top, like probably, and it was like they were tiles probably, I don't know what these are.
Suburban.
What are they called?
Suburban.
Barbell tiles?
Suburban.
Suburbial tiles?
Sorry, I
3x3?
I have a communication issue.
Are they like 3x3s or
Yes.
something like that? So 3x3 tiles, there was probably 6 courses so there was probably 8 inches from the ceiling. They didn't go all the way to the ceiling, but they were probably 8 inches down. And they were 3-inch tiles. They'd probably done the first 6 courses of tile, but there was probably another 10 or 11 courses left. So when you walked into the master bathroom, what did it look like? No, it looked like, they had redone the top and the bottom looked dirty. First of all, it was sealed with different colored it was different grout, pristine white shiny grout, and old dirty grout. Okay, so literally I have a buyer who's just like busted into tears and it's like, oh my God, I'm looking at it going, are you serious? And when we finally sat down with the other licensee and the seller, I'm like, he said, you didn't write the word entire. Entire would include top to bottom. You asked us to regrout, seal, because of water penetration. They had a contractor come in and say, the water has only penetrated on this courses, so what'd the guy do? Now, but if you think about, now I understand, I sat there and was like, are you out of your ever living freaking mind? He's like, you didn't say the word entire. I didn't say the first 6 courses. I said the tub enclosure. What's a tub enclosure to you? What's a tub enclosure to me? For me, I thought I was being very, very clear. But 3 different people had a different interpretation of the same term.
Depending on what they wanted.
Yeah, and he could argue that.
So did they fix it or?
I fixed it. Who fixed it? Who ended up paying for it to be done? The entire thing. Which means what'd you do when you had to regrout the bottom of it? What'd you have to do with the top grout that was just done? Take it out. They had to redo the whole thing. Okay? To make the buyer happy. So here's what I need you to know. It needs to make sense. You have to be able to read it and be sure that you interpret it correctly. And the seller has to be able to read it and understand what you're asking for. Okay? Does that make sense to you? And you have to use words like complete, entire, very specific. Okay, how about, this is another good one. How about when it comes to bathrooms and bedrooms? Remember, home inspection reports used to come without photos. They used to come without photos. So when you would read this stuff, you couldn't even go back and say, what are they talking about? Where is this at? Now you can go back and go, oh my God, there's holes in the roof. Oh my God, where are the holes in the roof? There they are right there. You couldn't do that before. Okay? So sometimes if you weren't clear, bathrooms, how do you number bathrooms? How does somebody else number bathrooms?
Even the realtors don't know what I'm saying.
Okay? What bedroom is number 1, 2, 3, and 4? Which bedroom is that? Children's room on upper, so do you see what I'm saying? You need to start being very clear. Which bedroom? What bathroom? You and I need to both understand what that is. Master bathroom is pretty simple. If it literally is attached to the master bedroom, right? Hall bathroom on first floor, hall bathroom on second floor, half bath. I'm so sorry to tell you, you've got to be that specific. And if you're having questions, you'll always get caught out. By the way, you're not the only person. I've been caught out too. And what do we have to do? You have to say to myself, can anybody interpret this any other way? Sometimes you guys are going to bring me your repair things, and I'm going to ask them, like, can you add words like, can you add this word entire, or well, let's identify this a little bit better, which one, or I'm not, and I'll always ask, what are you asking me to do? I need to make sure that they understand exactly what the scope of this work is, okay? And this is about how much we have to write with, right? We got to use kind of little sentences. Okay, my biggest number one is please try and group all like items together. That's your biggest, best, your biggest, best idea. If I'm asking you for an electrician, I want to know exactly what you want the electrician to look at. Okay, so I'm saying repair, fix, or remedy. Okay, receipt to be provided by a licensed bonded electrician.
Well, I don't know about that word, remedy. Remedy, to me, says be temporary fix.
Remedy does not, remedy is like, think about going to a doctor.
So it's a good word.
Remedy means fix, right? Holy crap, that's too hard.
I was gonna say too hard.
Sorry, I need to be gross, sorry.
You
You didn't start chewing, it's
Yeah,
okay.
no, I'm not touching, I was just like, oh my God, I can't do it. Can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
I hate that. The worst
Something
feeling is
terrible would have just
pizza
happened.
on the roof of your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so any other thing, did anybody see any other thing in here that you wanted me to address? How would you write this? When it comes to significant repairs, what I was talking with Abraham was, he's my buyer. I'm gonna say, so Abraham, is there anything on here on the significant repairs that you can't live with? Because really, if we got the heating system repaired or replaced, yeah, the roof could be an issue. How about we agree that if the appraiser calls the roof out, we'll make the appraiser. And there are some times when you think something's gonna be called by an appraiser because it's so obvious, like a hole
In the roof.
in the roof.
Right,
you
and
could-
there's
you-
nothing that the seller can do because they have to do everything on their appraisals report.
On the,
Appraiser's report.
yep, on the VC called value conditions. Okay. When it comes to your, when you come to me to help me help you write amendments, repair amendments, I'm going to ask you for a couple things. I want a copy of the complete report. Why do I want a copy of the complete report?
Because sometimes the back of the report isn't in the front of the report.
Correct. Also because sometimes they say something, I don't know what it means, and I have to go back and say, okay, I don't understand what the home inspector is talking about. Let me go look at it. What is he talking about? The flue pipe with inadequate clearances and the missing chase. What the hell is that? Oh, okay, I see that. The garage extension support, shingles missing on the roof. The garage ceiling is not fire resistive, holes in the ducting. And obviously, the other reason the garage door lift cable is broken. But if you got the only other thing that I might have asked for when it came to this report is I might have asked and I'll tell you why they wouldn't do it. So the homeowner fancied himself as a contractor, and because of some of the work that was undone, the purchaser didn't want the owner finishing the bathroom. Okay, and the seller wasn't willing to hire someone to do work. Okay, so they literally chose not to address that at all because the new homeowner was a do-it-yourselfer who wanted to get the work done the way they wanted to do it because they were watching the quality
Oh
of
my
work.
God, I just recently been to a house where they purchased this house and they've been doing updates to the house and they're asking me to help them finish it.
Sure.
And I'm like so doubtful. I haven't even called back because I'm like, how do you expect me to help you? Like, look at these. I mean, like, it's such a mess that I'm like, I don't know if they can help you. I mean, I will want to tear everything back off, and that's just not fair to you.
Because then you're thinking to yourself, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about we move on to appraising?
So I have a question about this. So you have this property, it's crazy condition, hillside property. So like the traditional sort of like, you submit an offer and wow, it's a repair request and meet. So for a place like this, you go back and forth several times.
Yeah.
You know, agreeing on all the little items. So do people ever just sort of get together in a room across the from each other?
It depends on the quality of your communication, and I hate using the word client control. Okay,
Yeah.
that's not a good word to use. Typically, if you have like good, decent people with good, decent intention, and they're not in a horrible fight about something, getting them together sometimes can be great. Okay.
You can just sort of hash things out and then on a piece of paper, like, okay, what you're.
Right.
We're
However,
not gonna in an hour, but.
however,
It's been easy, but-
you're assuming that you have to remember, we have very resistant sellers
Yeah.
with very demanding buyers.
You may not want to have them in the same room.
You may not want to have them in the same
You
room.
never want to have them meet. ever.
Exactly. The other issue gets to be, believe it or not, it gets to be the other licensee involved. It has nothing to do, the other licensee could have literally the nicest client under God's green earth, but they are, I'm going to swear, everybody ready? They're an asshole. Okay? And they have more ego in it.
Yeah.
And they're trying to like, I would tell you that you worked with a licensee that might have fit that description,
It's
who
their-
had an agenda,
Yeah.
who had an agenda,
Yeah.
and was going to push that agenda to the nth degree. One of the things I would tell you is, it's not your house and it's not your money. Don't have an agenda. I don't judge a buyer taking a look at a home inspection report and really feeling overwhelmed and feeling like, oh my God, this is a lot. Remember, most of them, if they haven't already owned a home, they've been a renter. So what have they been experiencing? Yeah, or they're living with mom and dad. What does mom and dad do? Mom and dad takes care of everything. And can we share exactly what you said? You had a daughter who just purchased a property.
Right.
And she had an issue. Go on.
One evening, all of a sudden, it started leaking in the bathroom, from
Toilet?
the above. Yeah, it's probably a toilet.
Something.
And, so she went upstairs and let them know. And, the next day she told me, she says, well, I don't have any money to make any repairs. If something's wrong.
Okay, and that's where a lot of people
Yeah.
are, you guys. They don't have, so when they see these lists that are pretty exhaustive, they kind of get overwhelmed and they go like, oh my God. So I don't judge a buyer who says, I want to get as much as I possibly can get done. I don't judge that at all. But I do ask them to, stay in the realm of reasonability and fairness. And also to pick the items that are the most important to them. What can you live with? What can you not live without? And what do you personally not care about? Because the dumbest thing I've ever seen, I see licensees do this all the time, and it's very frustrating to me. You have an agenda. You're like, well, they have gosh darn it, they have in that house, it had a fireplace, a wood stove that didn't work. Not that many people want wood stoves, guys. They're old, they're 70s, most people want them out of their house. So you're sitting there going, well, gosh darn it, there's a wood stove and it should work. Your buyer's sitting there going, I don't care, I'm taking it out. I don't even like it, I don't want it. Yeah, right? Or just like dress it up on Pinterest or something, whatever. But what I'm saying is you have your very own agenda. You're saying, brr, 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 that should work. Why do you want to fight that if they don't care? I'll fight a battle for you all day long if it's something you really want. I'll fight that battle. But I'm not going to fight for crap that you don't care about. That's silly. That is silly. And I'll give you the reason why. Okay? So I had a buyer, and did I ever tell you that I was kind of a fierce negotiator when I first started out my career, and maybe not to my best interest and possibly even not to my client's best interest?
Yeah, you mentioned
Okay, so here's my story. I had a really good girlfriend. She bought a condo. She loved this condo. She was super excited. And when I went to go do a walk, I go do a walkthrough before my buyers would go do a walkthrough, because I'm just crazy like that. Because I'm out previewing properties, so I go check and see how things are going. And we used to not have electronic lock boxes that used to track every time you were in and out of a vacant property. Just saying. Every time now you go into a vacant property, it logs that you've been in Our lockboxes didn't used to do that. So you could go check on repairs that were being done. Now it's a little bit, now it's, if you do that, it's obvious that you're doing that. So did that kind of seem like to you that I might have been a over-eager licensee? You know, okay, that's what that's a indication of. So I was out checking on, doing kind of like right before the final walkthrough, I walked through to make sure everything was kosher, and I found out that they were missing the garage door opener. And I called up the listing licensee, and I proceeded to rip them a new one and be like, and where's the garage door opener? And blah, 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 blah. And then I went to my buyer and I said, you know, I just want you to know that I came over and I looked at this and, you know, and I let him know that if we didn't have the garage door opener, that you might not be closing. And she goes, really? She's like, did you think about whether or not how I felt about that? She goes, I could go get a garage, I could have a company come over and give me a new garage opener, probably cost me $50. I don't give a shit about a garage opener.
Oh, she tell you that early? Whoa.
Yeah, but if this cues the deal, I'm really pissed off. And I was like, but I'm negotiating for you. And she's like, I don't care about a garage.
Oh, and this is
Door
your
opener.
girlfriend too.
This is my friend. And she's not happy.
So she let you really
Oh,
know.
she was like, I like went home going,
Oh, you got a spoonful of your.
oh, dude, not even like a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. It was like a, you know, a dose of ego with a chaser of pow. It was awful, you know? So what did I learn from that? It's not my money. It's not my house. I'm not going to fight a battle over something that somebody doesn't care about, right? What a good lesson that was. She didn't care. Now for me, a garage door opener, I really cared about that.
It was a big deal to you.
It was a big deal to me. For her, she didn't ever have a garage.
It's like a respect issue for you.
Well, it was, you know, yeah, of course. But I mean,
You
but
were a little more.
Did you get your
prepared.
garage door opener?
you know, believe it or not, the damn thing, I would have never looked here in a million years. You know how there's that stringer that goes down?
It was tied up.
It was clipped on the stringer.
Can I tell you a funny story?
Yes,
So
I
please.
did-
Yeah,
So Bill
yeah.
Babylon had his house on Serenity,
Mm-hmm.
or not Serenity, it was new construction. And I opened up the garage, it was a nice day, you know, doing open house.
Okay.
Yeah, so I opened up the garage door and I noticed the garage door opener hanging from the string.
Yeah.
So I took it off and put it in the drawer in the kitchen. And I called Bill, like, Bill, I just want to let you know, the garage door opener is hanging from the string. And I think that was a great place for it. So I put it in the drawer in the kitchen. She's like, no, that's exactly where I wanted it. So
Seriously?
Please put it back.
Yeah, right.
Drive back over there and replace it.
I left it in the drawer.
Okay. But isn't that the most amazing, in a million billion years,
That's not a
looking,
logical place for me.
that is not a logical place to put a garage door opener. But it was there.
Well, that's what builders do.
Look up.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's kind of pretty much standard for builders because, you know, if you, because first of all, when they install the garage doors, they never plug in the motor. They never plug it in because they don't want you abusing it because, you know, obviously it's brand new.
Mhm.
So, you know, when you're doing construction, they have you open the door manually. And that's why they hang it there because they don't want you using it.
Oh, like as a sub, they don't want you using it. They want you to,
Yeah, they don't want no one using it
interesting.
until they actually.
to the owner. Oh, that's very interesting. Well, this was a resale. I mean, this condo was probably 20 years old, but it just was like but it was a very good, I tell you what, it actually framed how I negotiated repairs from then on out. I really started asking questions because what I found, what I thought was really important, they didn't find it was important. What they thought was really, really important wasn't necessarily something that I thought was a big deal. And buyers are sometimes willing to do a tic-tac-toe too, meaning they're willing to do, I'm willing to ask for this, and I don't care about that. Or this nothing repair, not expensive repair is really important to me, but I don't care about a roof. And I'm like, okay, and you can explain it to them about the
Yeah.
cost and the
Wouldn't you?
resaleability.
Wouldn't you counsel your buyers, like, you're
Yes,
buying six
yes,
bricks and wires, a
yes,
system,
yes,
and you want the roof, the wires, and
yes,
the HVAC,
yes,
plumbing to be
yes, yes,
good to go,
yes.
you know?
But I mean, if somebody,
That's just detail.
yeah, but if somebody, well, but you never know when you hear, well, my brother's a roofer, so he can come out here and do it at cost for me.
Well, I mean, that's right.
You know, or
I mean,
they may
yeah.
have some, I'm just saying, they might have a compelling thing over here where this to them is not the deal breaker, then it might be to you.
So, I mean, every case, you just need to sit down, with the inspection report, go through it, and discuss it.
Yeah. Now, I
See
have,
what shakes out,
I-
and then organize your repair amendment.
correct. Now, I've literally also had, you guys, a repair amendment come up with 5 items, all of which were like GFCIs, hot water heater straps, and I've had a buyer flip out and want to walk away from the transaction. And they actually ended up doing so over GFCI outlets and hot water heater strap and maybe balusters being too
That's
close
easy to
together.
fix.
The seller wouldn't do.
No. Buyer took a look at that and it literally,
Oh, they just lost it.
they lost their commitment to the property over
They figured that
nothing.
if that was acceptable to that owner,
And then-
then who knows what else.
No. It just was like, you guys, every once in a while, you're gonna get like the magic house that really doesn't have any repairs, but you're gonna get some Nimrod buyer who's just gonna like be,
So did you get them into contract with another house?
no. I don't even know that they still own a house today. Literally, the idea that I think it was the first time they probably recognized that same thing that your daughter said. Like, oh my God, when something goes wrong, I have to fix it. And that was just so not.
Overwhelming to them.
So overwhelming to them. And the fact that they start, I remember her sitting there and she was like, literally, this was probably a way bigger deal than I kind of wrapped myself around. She was like, I didn't really understand that it's not just that I have to I'm buying this house, but I'm gonna have to mow this lawn and I'm gonna have to shovel this driveway and I'm gonna have to do all these other tasks that I don't do right now. And it was like, I'm not ready for this. And I really had to.
Eye opener.
Yeah, that was a big eye opener for her that she could not.
So those are almost in
That's
every house.
nothing burger, right? And
Right.
FYI, that's a nothing burger,
Right.
That's a
Yes,
nothing
yeah,
burger!
Probably gonna be in every single home.
right?
inspection
No,
report.
and by the way, FYI, here's the other thing I would tell you. Every inspection I've ever seen is going to come up with items. I've never seen a home.
Even
that-
a brand new home.
I've never seen a home, never, ever, ever seen a home that did not come up with inspection items. So I've never seen a clear report.
Well, it's kind of like their job. I mean, they got
That is their job.
something there, you know?
Right? Okay,
They'll find something.
okay, guys, is that right? Did we just blow through an hour? We did. Okay, you guys, 10-minute break, and then I'm on my suit, and we're gonna come back, and we're gonna get into playlist.
Yeah,
All that
That
stuff.
goes by so fast with you, I swear.
I know.
It doesn't feel like this
Sometimes I
misery.
feel like we don't spend
I'm not
enough
gonna know
time.
what to do in 2 weeks.
I know, it's.
I'll know
it's like this
exactly
sort of
what to
comforting
do.
thing, like, you have this place to go,
I have something to do from 9 to 1 Monday.
Well, the whole idea of coming to class is to try and get you into a group of
Habit.
coming to the office. And it being, if you're
I
not,
have to tell you, like,
Yes.
the class has been like kind of an opportunity class, because like the mornings, I come in the office in the mornings, I make phone calls and like,
Yeah.
kind of free my day, and this is kind of like, so,
No, this is good because, I mean,
it's already a lot.
to me,
It's also-
it's good because it forces me to
so-
be.
It's delicious.
fine.
delicious. It is wicked hot though.
Okay.
Like, holy crap.
It's good.
No, and I tell you that at the front end, right? I said, I'm tricking you into coming to the office at a regular scheduled time so that you will come to work and you won't go hide out in your house.
Right, it happens.
Mhm. Well, I don't have anywhere to be today, so I'm not gonna get out of my jammies.
I tell you what though, like, God, summertime is kind of off myself, just the whole managing the kids and trying to get there. Now, I'll be working from home a lot.
Yeah. And that's okay.
Basically working from home all day yesterday, so,
But here's the good news, you're actually being productive. You're doing real estate
yeah.
versus,
No, it's a beautiful gig because I can just walk around in the wild. and
Mhm.
just be like,
So when you actually have to stay at home, it's okay. And
Yeah,
it's
you know,
productive.
no, that's, I mean, that's like out of all the work I've ever done, it's like, you know, you have to like other jobs in previous career, I think being really,
Right?
you know, like this is just like, it's like just happening.
And isn't it a
It
joy?
is, it is.
It
much-
is it is a
it is
joy.
Such a different thing. I can't believe like why I didn't start doing this 20 years ago. I don't think I could have done it 20 years ago. I had to work through, you know, what I did, I guess. And yeah, I had a lot of really good experience and so, but it's just, I can't believe how different compared to what I used to do.
I tell you what-
Back to a cubicle again.
No, people literally, they absolutely thrive in this environment because it gives them so much opportunity, or they die in this environment because it's too much
Too
opportunity.
much, yeah. You definitely have to have self-discipline.
You know, there's this guy, so I had the open house I did for Kathy Johnson a
Yeah.
couple weeks ago. This guy comes in, the guy that was sort of like dangling his place for-
Listing?
Yeah, his listing.
His listing.
But, yeah, anyway, so, but he was like, oh, yeah.
You don't get to, by the way, go back and tell me. By the way,
Right.
No. Yeah. No, that's the open house I had canceled, so I dropped a package off on the porch. Cover letter,
mhm,
marking,
great.
proposal, CMA, physical CMA, properties in your good, you know. And I meant to be at the showing, or at the open house on Sunday, and I had to cancel. And so I was gonna go knock on his door, we got that, just, something to consider, you know, and I didn't get a chance to go over it.
Dang it.
You know, sort of-
But you went ahead, was that hard for you to do that, or was that easy for you to do?
You know.
Oh, good. See, that was finally when real estate started happening for me, as I said, I'm gonna make myself really uncomfortable. I'm gonna ask questions, I'm gonna do things anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do kind of what you're doing. I'm gonna do it anyway.
So anyway, the guy was like, oh yeah, so he used to work in the Navy and for a long time, and then he retired and he got a job as Alaskan Airlines flight attendant. He's like, oh yeah, they're having hiring event over there. So how's real estate going for you? You should go and check that out over there. I'm like,
I think I'm good.
are you kidding? I said, I've got kids.
Yeah.
Trina texted me a while ago and asked if you were going to be able to address that change in,
The shift in the market, does anyone want to hear about that some more?
yes,
Okay, are you guys feeling a shift in the market?
yes.
So I'm gonna call Monday night to go show property, like just random call on Monday, show property.
To somebody you've been working with, or?
Somebody had been at an open house a while ago, and they were receiving my property, and I haven't really followed up.
So they actually picked up the phone and said, so that's how that works.
Yeah, totally. I totally see that. So it's like, you just like get that pipeline filled up. It's just like an odds game. you know?
And eventually they start calling you.
And I've noticed on my Facebook business page, all of a sudden I'm getting way more hits, and it's all because of those flyers in front of the house on Edinburgh.
Well, you
Actually-
also know that we've made your house, I don't know if you know this, Jack White made your house, House of the Week. You're welcome.
Bingo.
Yeah, and then we promoted it.
Sweet.
Just, I don't even know if you knew
I
this.
didn't even know.
Okay,
So
on the
I have-
Jack White
so I have-
website.
There's a showing today on that house, and then I have another re-showing on Friday.
Great. So a second showing? Or a
It's the first second showing.
second showing?
And,
And what does second showings normally mean?
that means people are swirling around your property.
Yeah, if I'm getting a second showings when you have listings are the money showings. They're the really big deal.
That's when they really like the property and they.
Well, they're bringing other people by. They're looking at it more seriously. They've got it narrowed down.
My clients are leaving cookies down and stuff, and like, so.
They want to be fed.
So, like, I know, let's see what kind of piece it is.
Yeah.
No, but so, yeah, the listing agent, I called her back and said, you know, they were like, hey, I really liked it, and they really appreciated it. They thought it was super cute, and then, you know, it was, the place was nice, and it smelled great, and they had cookies out.
Nice.
Like, just impressed.
And you're just sitting there going, I can't have, and really, it sounds like these sellers took every single thing that you said and really, really
Yeah.
took it to heart.
I
You
mean,
cannot
people are-
ask for more than
No,
that.
they are. And like, and it's kind of interesting, like, when you like just start dealing with them face to face, or just kind of like little forest, you have
Yeah.
to like. you
Yeah,
know, be-
come on.
But they like, all in.
Nice. That's super nice.
And then the agent too, I followed up with her, like, how's it going? You know, I called her yesterday, said, hey, if you heard from your folks, it's Tuesday, they wanted to think about it for a couple of days, I was wondering if you heard anything from them.
Perfect,
Got
good.
a call back today.
And you're showing that you're showing follow-up. Now, the only other thing that I do when it comes to showings, okay, just so you know, when I have a listing, I will call and I'm asking for feedback and I'm following up, and I'll do something like, I'll say, hey, we just got the as-built done, or I just wanted to let you know some random fact about the property. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I try and hold some,
Reason to call.
I have to have a reason to call, just to let you know, and here's something that is really key. So for example, if Megan had shown my property and the buyers had said that they don't like the, how about the green paint in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna call her up and I'm gonna say, hey, Megan, I just wanted to let you know, thank you so much for that feedback. I told the seller that, and we actually went and had that kitchen painted to the same matching neutral color as the rest of the property. So I just want to say thank you so much for that feedback. And if by any chance, if that could be on their radar and they wanted to go back and look, that we changed that color. I do have new photos online. They could take a look there, but just please thank them for their thoughtful comment and just let them know that we addressed that. Do you know that half the time, not all the time, if it's not the property for them for other reasons, it won't matter, but half the time they'll go back and look at it just because you said, because of your comment, the seller went and did something about it. Sometimes people just feel obligated to go and look. But isn't that, I mean, that's another way for you to get a second look. Second looks are good. Now, a buyer who typically, like, well, they're not buying that property or just like, thanks for letting me know, whatever, they're not going back. But somebody who, that might have been a fencer, that could be a reason why they take a new look at the property. And oh my gosh, that seller was so responsive that they were willing to do this. It's a nicer, better house. Do you get that? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Nicer, better sellers, nicer, better house.
You know, and then there's maybe a little bit of psychology going on there too. Once you see something for the first time, it's like brand new, and the second time it's familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And that familiarity is like,
Mm-hmm.
get real familiar to buy a place.
That's right.
So with that familiarity, you can be like, oh yeah, I can, you know, when you're comparing things, it's like, it's very overwhelming, and you don't maybe soak in things. Maybe your first impression is different. Like in the Edinburgh house is really a classic example of that for me personally, because I mean, when I walked in the first time, I mean, they had like the windows shut and it was sort of.
Oh, you said they had all the drapes drawn.
Exactly.
It was like a
It
coat.
was like,
Yeah.
what are you guys doing? You know, like stuff was stuffed in the fireplace, it was cluttered, like the fish tank was dirty, and it was in a weird place, there was always like little deficiencies, the carpet was dirty, you know, the tiles on the stairs going down to the garage, vinyl tiles on the stairs was weird. And just all these things that just make, the kitchen was like, you know, a little crusty. And then going through and taking care of all these little details and polishing.
Makes
it up,
a
made it
totally different house.
impression of it.
Yeah.
Totally different, plus the outside too. It's like just the snow in the yard, the grayness the first time I saw the house, all these impressions were like, oh God, this is like something that's remarkable. You know,
Right.
it's like I was really worried about the price. You know, even having a conversation with him, I wanted to lower the price of it just because the impression I was dealing with was like, I don't know that it doesn't really sell it this much. I don't know how appealing it's going to be. Maybe we lower the price to make sure we can generate activity. And so I pushed back, no, I want to try for 305, and finally got over there to look at it before we put it on the market and photos, et cetera. It was like,
Looked like a totally different place. Yeah.
I was excited. I was really excited.
It's really nice when you're excited about a house. It's really awful when you are marketing a turd.
Yeah.
You know it's a turd, they know it's a turd, it's a turd.
I thought it was really interesting, like one of the inspection reports that the one for one of the arms, the distressed property was a Cat Fernandez listing. And it
She
just
loves
goes-
those.
Goes to show you, like, fear no listing.
Fear no listing, absolutely. And by the way, it is, and here's the greatest thing for her. It is what it is. It is what it is. And Kathy's she's a real realist, and she's very nice at being able to tell somebody,
It is what it is. I'm dealing with, and she's not, she won't give away any confidential information. She won't make your life easier, but she will give you she will give you the accurate circumstance that she's dealing with. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so you sometimes have to, if you have a seller, so let's say, for example, that even though Abraham wanted to get the seller to repair or replace the furnace, if he literally says no, he says no. Now I have to go back to Abraham and say, Abraham, this was your big ticket item. He's not willing to do it. So now it's on you. You either accept, because remember, again, go back to your right and duty of inspection and go to M. M, 1, 2, and 3. If you cannot come to terms, guys, there are 3 different options. Okay, I'll read them to you. Buyer can terminate the purchase and sale agreement. That means they get out and walk away, get the earnest money back. And I'm on page 4 of 9 under M2. Buyer may accept seller's last counter offer of repairs or remedies. Or 3, buyer may accept the property with any and all property conditions and discoveries as a result of the inspection process. Means you might be able to negotiate some of the repairs. If you can negotiate none, that you either have to make a decision. Do you still want the house or not? Because remember something important. It goes back to our previous page. What did we say a seller was doing when they put the price on the property? What was the seller thinking when we put the price on the property?
This is what I'm gonna sell it to you as is.
This is what I'm selling it to you. This is the condition it's in.
As a commission.
Okay? That's what a seller, when they market their property, they're like, I didn't tell you I was building you the Barbie dream house or the Taj Mahal. I said this was my house and this is the conditioning. You have the right to take a look at it and you have the right to ask for repairs. You don't have the right to demand repairs because the seller does not have to fix a thing. And there are going to be circumstances where, and I've told you a couple stories too. I've got we had a brand new licensee sold a property in the valley. Did I already tell you this story? And this house had it had a $26,000 shed on skids. $26,000 shed. In the valley, they build these elaborate things. They come and they drop them in and they're put on like, I don't even know. They're on movable foundations. So you literally can move this thing anywhere in your yard you want to move it, right? So it had a house with a huge garage. It had a barn/workshop, and it had this shed. So when the buyer went out to do the final walkthrough, so it's 3 separate buildings, right? Okay. The shed was gone. The shed was gone. And me, Teresa Block, I'm not buying the house if it didn't come with the shed. And then when we went to price the freaking shed, it's not an inexpensive thing. It was like another structure, right? It was $26,000. So here's the options you have. The seller can reduce the price $26,000. The seller can go purchase a new shed for the buyer. Guess what this seller said? No. I sold the shed on Craigslist. There was no bill of sale that was filled out. Okay, the listing showed the shed. The property disclosure showed the shed. The photos showed the shed. At the end of the day, and we went to the appraisal. The appraisal did not count in the value of the shed. Okay, because we could have forced the seller to reduce the price or produce a shed if the appraisal had made it part of value. He didn't. So now, I mean, here's the buyer. The buyer finally said to me, well, I guess I don't live in the shed. It would have been nice, but I don't live in it. And I have a garage and I have a workshop. Okay. All I'm screaming in my mind is $26,000. Like $26,000. $26,000. I'm like, I would not have been able to, me personally, I would have not bought the house. That would have been a deal breaker to me. But that guy said, well, I'm not living in the house and I've got this other, he bought the house anyway.
Could he have terminated a garden?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Even though it wasn't in the bill of sale?
Correct. Yes, could have.
Is it under misunderstanding on his part or?
Well, because there wasn't a bill. Now, here's the terrible thing. If he'd had a bill of sale, remember, bill of sale either say for no value or for $1 or $10 of good value.
Gave it
He'd
to
give
a
it-
dollar.
Hand you $1. So, I mean, that, again, that's like, do you see the conundrum there? But me personally, I'm not walking away from $26,000. I don't care. I'm gonna go buy another house.
Yeah.
So he walked away because he misunderstood, or what?
No, he bought it.
No, but if he didn't,
Go ahead.
could he get out of that contract?
Yes, absolutely.
It wasn't included in the appraisal anyways, so it's still public.
Well, we could have, what we could have shown, what we were able to show was it was marketed in the listing, it was in the photos, and it was in the property disclosure. So we had 3 separate places where the seller, how about this? How about implied?
Sure, you
Yeah.
have that, but at the end of the day, it's not costing you 26 grand to buy the property.
No.
It wasn't included in.
Correct. And that's exactly what the seller said. It was mine. I sold it on Craigslist and it's too late. I got my money and I'm not paying for it. I'm not reducing the price and I'm not bringing it back.
What did the listing licensee tell you?
The listing licensee was not a particularly, the listing licensee was actually on the phone screaming at this guy. Screaming. It would have never, there's a lot of things that don't enter into my mind to do.
One.
Screaming at my seller is one, but he was absolutely, I mean, he could not, the listing licensee could not believe it. I mean, and obviously did not know
Right. Okay.
and knew what a big deal it was
Right.
and knew how, probably even
So
had.
they were embarrassed.
They were totally
Okay.
shocked and shock and awe. Okay, so let's look at, we've got, now we're looking at preliminary commitments to insure. Who has met with Tiani Gradner as part of your onboarding process? And she has gone over a prelim with you a little bit. Okay, so one of the things is every single one of your offers is going to come with a prelim. I would have, if I could have, I couldn't grab the prelims off of these 3 properties. That sometimes is interesting if you could follow the prelims because you already know about the Podolacs and, Mr. Pizzini and et cetera, et cetera. But the preliminary commitment to title, this one is from Alyeska. Most commitments, when you receive your prelim, one of the things I see a lot of people do is you'll come walking into my office and go, I got the prelim. What do I do? What do you think the first question I'm going to ask you? Have you read it? Have you read it?
Yeah, it says preliminary.
Yeah, yes, I have.
Sure.
It says it's
This
the
is right
prelim.
document.
Yeah, yeah.
Tiana told me.
Yeah.
this is the right one.
Okay, exactly. Okay, so literally, I'm gonna open it up. Old Republic, your first page is just gonna be like a Old Republic Title Insurance Company. It's from Minnesota and it's a blah, 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 blah. Schedule A tells you who the title officer is, who the escrow officer is, what the effective date, and it's gonna give you 2 different premiums. Okay, one, it's gonna give you an owner's premium. So on a $379,900 property, the owner's title cost is listed right here. And you see that it's $1,422. So when I tell you that the largest single item, other than the commission that the seller is normally paying, it is the premium on the title insurance. Okay? One of the things that we match, believe it or not, is we match, do they have the correct sales price? And then typically this particular one was done with cash. So there's no Alta policy shown because if I'm paying cash, I don't have to provide a title policy to the lender. Okay, do you get that? Okay. So it asks what kind of estate or interest, what does in fee simple mean? Does anybody know? Fee simple mean is the highest form of ownership possible, and title to the estate in land is vested in Stephen J. Brown, a married person. By the mere fact that this says Stephen J. Brown, a married person, that tells me who needs to sign. Did you guys get that?
Can I ask
Sure.
why they ask a married person? Why do they add a married?
Because if I own it myself, I'm the only person who has to sign. If I'm married, the other person has to sign.
If this.
Because
how can
this-
this be too simple if he's married and but
Because-
entire entity?
No. Tenancy by the entirety, you would have had to have taken title as tenants of the entirety. He could have been single when he purchased the property and got married after. But because the state of Alaska recognizes marital rights to property called the homestead,
Oh, okay.
both parties have to sign.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so the land referred to in this commitment, now here's where it's super important that we all read this. Do I have the right address and do I have the same legal description that I wrote an offer on? FYI, guess what happens when you have an offer written on a property where your legal description does not match?
And,
Your head better be exploding. Okay, because I could actually sell the wrong house, just like Megan, where they switched the sign. Okay, and he wrote the offer. If we hadn't figured out that that was the wrong property, we would have literally sold this poor gentleman the wrong property based on where a real estate sign was, not based on an error on the seller's part or an error on the listing licensee's part. Okay, so I want to make sure I've got the right legal description. So lot 15, block 6, Pleasant Valley subdivision, according to the official plat filed under plat number P334 in the records in the Anchorage Recording District, 3rd Judicial District, State of Alaska. Where is the property located?
8141 North Wind Avenue,
There you go. That's the address. But addresses, remember, you guys,
lot 15, block 6.
there you go. Addresses are from the post office. That's how you get mail. Addresses can change. Addresses can change. Addresses can change. Sure. There's a couple streets in, gosh, I wish I knew them right off the top of my head. There's been streets in, okay, well, I'll give you a perfect one. So I call it Minnesota Bypass. What does Siri call it?
Oh, goodness.
well, you're,
Walter J. Hickle Highway. Walter J. Hickle Highway. I call it Minnesota Bypass. And when it tells, whenever my, what is it called? My little phone app,
GPS?
Siri, GPS is telling me to turn on Walter J. Hickle Highway. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Okay, so in common usage, Highway 1. Okay, what's Highway 1? What do we call Highway 1?
all sewer.
Seward, not Old Seward, Seward Highway. Seward Highway. Okay,
So did Old Seward used to be a highway?
Old Seward used to be the only Seward.
only-
The only, yeah. Let's not even talk about the dirt roads. Let's not even talk about the dirt roads.
You should have
I know.
your
She-
GPS on in the car.
yeah, yeah.
It's a British accent. Turn on Dimmond.
Where's on Dimmond?
Timond, Dimmond.
It's a diamond.
Oh,
I have
right.
No idea what a Dimmond.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Almost every highway we got in the state, if you pay attention, you watch, you're gonna see what the old roads, you know. There's an old Glen, an old Seward,
Yeah.
an old Ridge, there's an old,
Right.
Old Palmer.
Yeah, yeah.
So weird.
Yeah, by the way, FYI, so do you know, if you want to know that road to the post office the road to the airport is now on international, the old, on the very left, if you're traveling to the airport, what is it called? The side roads. No. What are those? Give me a sec. My brain is going, wah, wah, wah. What are the roads that run along the highway but are not frontage road? So I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I apologize. You're right. I'm insane because my brain's going, what is it? There's a very loud person in here. That's going, frontage, you're correct. The frontage road, that was the road to the airport.
So it's by Northwood.
We got that frontage road by Northwood.
Northwood, yes.
That was International Airport, and it was a highway. It wasn't even a road, it was a
You can't
highway.
even go get the other one.
Right, well, by the way, yes, you can.
You cannot leave.
Yeah, yes, you can. Okay. I can't, by the way, when I was growing up in high school, we had a song called I Can't Drive 55. Okay, that was our theme song. I don't know, your Sammy Hager.
So then the gravel pit yesterday.
Oh, were you in West Park?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were sitting there going, and so when I go over to West Park, I'm like, this is a gravel pit. I don't know what you guys think the big deal is. This is a gravel pit. There's all kinds of shenanigans that were done down here. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, so let's look at page 5 of 10, Schedule B. So the following are requirements to be complied with. You have to pay the agreed amounts for the interest in the title or the land or the mortgage, pay us the premiums, document satisfactory to us creating an interest in the land or the mortgage to be insured must be signed, delivered, and recorded. These are, you guys, Schedule B, these are recording instructions. These are what you're agreeing to, okay? You must tell us in writing the names of anyone not referred to in this commitment who will get an interest in the land or who will make a loan on the land, okay? Pursuant to the State of Alaska Division of Insurance in 1992, the charge for providing this commitment is to be billed at the time. The premium of this charge must be made within 30 days of this initial billing. In the event the transaction fails to close, the minimum billing will be cancellation fee in accordance with our filed rate schedule. This says we are required. So listing licensees used to go and already open title at the title company of their choice, but now that's a RESPA violation. Who has the right to choose the title company?
Yeah,
The buyer. And so listing licensees used to be Wile E. Coyotes, and I would just be like, oh, I just opened up title already at Alaska Title. Sorry. Now,
We put it in the contract.
no, now this is why you put it in the contract, and now this is why the listing licensees can't force you to use their title companies. So they're going to require you a release or reconveyance of appropriate items, and if any document in the completion of this transaction is to be executed by an attorney in fact, you have to have a completed power of attorney, should be submitted for review, and it also means for them to accept prior to recording. So do not show up at closing with your client having some random person showing up with a power of attorney. First of all, it has to be a specific power of attorney on this specific transaction, and the title company has the right to take a look at it and say whether or not it'll meet the terms, okay? There's a notice in 1999, DNR began recording maps of claimed right-of-way, which may have been created under a federal law known as RS 2477 pursuant to an Alaska state statute. Because the maps are imprecise, an exception from coverage shown on paragraph 2F, general exceptions, has been taken, okay? So in 1999, there's a plat disagreement from the federal to the state plats, FYI. So they're going to make a exception to those, okay? Schedule B, general exceptions. So these are things that are going to be excluded from your title insurance, okay? Defects, liens, encumbrances, adverse claims, or other matters, if any, created first appearing in records or attached subsequent to the effective date, but prior to the date proposed insurance acquired for value of a record in the estate, or an interest or mortgage therein covered by this commitment. That means if there's documents that are not recorded, they're not showing. Does that make sense? Tax assessments which are not shown as an existing lien. Any facts, rights, interests, or claims which are not shown by the public records, but which could be ascertained by an inspection of the land or by making an inquiry of a person in possession. If it's an owner's policy, easements, claim of easements, or encumbrances which are not shown by public records. How could you possibly have an easement on your property that isn't shown by a public record? And remember, I, Teresa J. Block, have an easement on my property that is not shown by public record. Do you remember what it is?
That door.
It's the gate in the fence, right? The gate in the fence. That is an easement on that property. That's never going to be shown on any record. Do you got that? So it's easy for there to be something like that. Okay. Discrepancies, conflicts in boundary lines, shortage in area encroachments, or other facts with a correct survey would disclose, but which are not shown in the public records. This is another reason why, if I'm working with a buyer, I want to make sure I have as an up-to-date as-built survey as possible, because it is precluded or not covered by my owner's title insurance policy. If I could have gotten an update survey and it would have shown something that then I could have been a discrepancy from what I had. Okay, including short lots, okay, including fences not being property lines, a third shed being gone, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, okay? Unpatented mining claims, reservations, or exceptions in patents or in acts authorizing the issuance thereof, water rights claims to title to water, whether or not the matter is accepted, are shown in the public records. Rights of the state or federal government and or public in And 2, any portion of the land for right-of-way as established by federal statute, whether or not those rights are shown by recording of easements or maps in the public records by the state of Alaska showing the general locations of these right-of-ways, any lien or right to lien for services, labor, or materials heretofore or hereafter furnished, imposed by law, and not shown in the public records. Basically, what this tells you guys, if it's not shown in the public records, okay, if I can't easily find it, or if you choose to accept something like an old as-built survey and don't question it, then it's accepted from you being able to make a claim on your homeowners or on your title insurance, okay? All right, so special exceptions. These are going to be standards, guys. These are going to be standard ones that you're going to find on most of your title insurance policy, okay? So minerals of whatever kind, subsurface or surface substances included but not limited to cold. I don't know what that is.
Cool.
No, lignite, Lignite. I've never even seen that word before. Oil, gas, uranium, clay rock, sand, and gravel in, on, under that may be produced from the land, together with all rights, privileges, and immunities related hereto, whether or not appearing in the public records or listed in Schedule B. The company makes no representation as to the present ownership of any such interests. There may be leases, grants, exceptions, or reservations of interest that are not listed. What this means is the mineral rights transferred to the state of Alaska at patent, unless there was a lease, grant, exception, or reservation. Okay, so if you find, what this means is, if you find gold in your crawl space, who do you tell?
Nobody.
Nobody!
Are you kidding me?
Nobody!
You start, man, and
Nobody! Because does it belong to you?
Yes.
No,
No.
no. Okay, all right. Reservations and exceptions as contained in the U.S. patent number. There's our patent number for the state of Alaska. Okay, taxes and assessments levied in the municipality of Anchorage for 2014. So tax account number, taxes for 2014, bill date 6/15 and 8/15. Balance due. What does that mean? I'm looking at the balance due.
They own the house.
No, that means they paid their taxes. They don't owe any taxes. They paid them as they become due. Okay, and then tax valuation, it shows land and building. Okay, there's 2 separate valuations if you are owning a property that comes with a structure attached. You're always going to have just an amount for the land. Does anybody know why?
The house isn't permanent. It's not permanent.
Correct. So when you get, so for example, when you get homeowners insurance coverage on your property, you're only insuring the structure. You don't have to insure the land. Does everybody understand why? Because your land, in theory, can't burn. Does that make sense to you? So I only have to insure the structure, not the land itself. So there's always two valuations. Isn't that interesting?
I interviewed with an insurance agency just like a few days ago. I was under the perception that, when you purchase, like on my case, I was paying insurance on my house directly to the insurance company. And my mortgage company was paying insurance to somebody else. So I went to the insurance company and I got insurance for my house, right? And
That should have happened when you got your mortgage, though.
okay, yeah, but this happened afterwards. I was paying insurance.
Well, there's 2 different kinds of insurances, though. You could have gotten what's called mortgage life insurance.
Mhm.
That's another kind of insurance. Make sure you didn't buy that. That meant that if one of you died, that the loan on the property would have been paid off. There's a couple different kinds of insurances you could get.
Yeah, well, I was there with the agent, and she was like, "Yeah, you've been paying insurance that you haven't, you don't supposed to have."
Oh, interesting.
And she says like you need to contact your mortgage originator and have them reimburse you for all this time.
Oh, good luck with that. Insurance is like use it or lose it insurance. Do you understand that?
But she said that I could have it back.
Oh,
That I
interesting.
should be able to have it back.
Yeah,
I
except
think
that.
she thought that maybe it was on an escrow account or something.
Don't know. I wouldn't expect the money back. That's all I would say. Because when I can't ask for my insurance money back on my car for 3 years when I drove my car if I was insured with 2 people. Because they extended you the coverage. I don't know how you'd get that back. I'm just saying,
She just sound really convinced that I can get them.
well, good luck with that. That's all I'm saying.
I'm doing it.
Here I'm telling you, I've never been able to get Netflix to reimburse me for any money for when I didn't watch Netflix.
Yeah, that is true. I mean,
That's
it
all I'm
doesn't
saying.
make sense.
Okay. All right, I'm going to keep going. Assessments due to the municipality of Anchorage. It says sewer trunk, sewer lateral, and water. What does that mean? You know what those are? Those were assessments that were assessed to either the owner of the land or whenever they pulled, whatever it took to get water and sewer to that property, whatever assessments were due to the city have been paid. And they're telling me that there's no special assessments that are due. Okay, what's a right-of-way easement?
Utility.
That's a utility easement. Who's this one to?
Chuyak Electric.
Okay, and they recorded that easement in 1952. Now, let me ask you a question. Can I get that easement removed?
No, never.
I don't think so.
No, even if it's not being used.
No, I do not know a way to get an easement removed like this. It's an electric easement. Do you enjoy, so I want electricity to my house.
Mhm.
That means that that Chuyash Electric has the right to maintain the lines that come to my home.
So let's say, perhaps, right, let's say the Chuyak upgraded their system and now they install new wiring and it's just like high efficiency or whatever they want to call it.
Sure.
And they're now off your property line.
Problem is get new easements for the new lines, they're not going to give away easements on the old.
Hmm.
Okay. Personal easements you can get rid of, but utility easements I'm going to tell you, I've never seen it happen. There's probably an exception to every rule, but I've never seen it happen, okay? So you just need to know when somebody goes, oh my God, Chuyak Electric has an easement across my property. Oh my God, Teresa, oh my God. I'm gonna be like, do you like electricity at your house? I mean, I enjoy electricity. I like the lights, okay? So yes, you're gonna have an easement across your property. They also have telephone lines across your property in 1957. There's notes and restrictions that are on the plat. There's easements shown on the plat and the subdivision. Those would be from the builder or the subdivision when it was put in. There's covenants, conditions, restrictions, and easements, including the terms and provisions, but omitting the covenants, conditions, and restrictions, if any, indicating a preference, limitation, or discrimination based on race, colors, religion, sex, sexual orientation, familial status, marital status, disability, handicap, national origin, ancestry, or source of income, as set forth in applicable state and federal laws, except to the extent that said covenants, conditions, and restrictions are permitted by applicable law. They were recorded in 1957, and they were amended in 57, 78. Okay, so what does that mean? That tells you that there are CC&Rs on this property, and you want to get a copy of the CC&Rs. Does that make sense? Okay, and if I don't have a copy of the CC&Rs, what do I want right now? So if I'm reading the prelim and I haven't seen a copy of CC&Rs, what do I want? I want a copy of the CC&Rs that include the amendments. Now, you do notice that the amendments are old. Did you get that? They're old, 57, and then they were updated again in 57 and 78. Okay, so there's an old deed of trust, okay? So there's a deed of trust, including the terms, provisions, securing an amount, $319. The borrower is Stephen J. Brown, and they got it from the mortgage electronic registration system called Access National Mortgage. And it was dated in 2012 and recorded on August 6th. So what does that tell me?
They still owe a lot of money.
They still owe, there's a mortgage that's recorded on the property, right? And the seller's name, Brown. Yep, Stephen J. Brown, a married person, is who took the mortgage. Okay, so there's rights of or claims and parties in possession not shown in public records, the right, title, and interest of spouse of the vestee if married in the following rights. Okay, so this says, in the event the selling vestee or refinance vestee of subject premises is married, and if the premises is the family home, the spouse must also join in the proposed conveyance deed. This gives you instructions that says the spouse of this guy, Stephen J. Brown, has to sign if this is their, what?
Home.
Marital residence. So when people argue with you about the fact, well, my husband, I own this house myself, Teresa, and my husband does not have to sign. And I'll be like, well, you're right, he doesn't. Only if you guys want your money. Only if you want the money, he has to sign. Okay, because when people get really upset that they're independent, they bought the house themselves, and they don't have anybody else on the title, but the state of Alaska says is if you're a marital home, that the spouse has to sign. Irrespective of if they're entitled, because they have rights to the property given to them by the state of Alaska and by the fact that you have a marriage relationship. Okay? All right. So if your bestie is unmarried, you don't care. If you're divorced, you have to provide a copy of the decree of divorce.
Where it says, or execute a waiver of homestead. So if that was a divorce and
Correct.
he could waive that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yeah. See, if you can prove that the person is no longer in the home, or you have since divorced, you can do a waiver that way. Okay, they have to have proof that CNC Real Estate Investments is an LLC. So a company was purchasing a property. So in order for that company to have the property conveyed to them, they had to have some kind of document that shows who can sign on CNC's behalf. Isn't that interesting? Okay. There's no judgment or federal. So look at this, title to vest in. So underline that part, title to vest in. This is something that you actually care about when you're working for the buyer. Who is the title vesting in and what does it say? It says there's no judgments or federal tax liens against the named entities that would appear in the policy or policy issues. Okay, and it says none. Okay, if the proposed transaction is based upon a power of attorney, a copy of the power of attorney must be furnished for review. Okay, and this is also saying that they're not getting an ALTA policy on the bottom, notwithstanding it's in contrary to this commitment, we're not giving an ALTA policy because the company was actually buying in cash. Okay, and then this tells you on the note section on page 9 of 10, the premium, the lender policy. It just tells you their policy structure and how they put that together. And then there's conditions that we typically don't read, to be honest with you. But do you see the part of and they have a privacy notice, and they have affiliated business disclosure that they have to say, and they also say on the very back that good funds are required by 9:30 a.m. on the day of recording, and they have wire transfer instructions. Okay. So what did you find out about this? What did you find out about this prelim? Did you find out any good, juicy information? What's on the prelim?
Mortgage.
The mortgage is on the prelim. I found out the taxes were paid, right? I didn't see any liens. I didn't see anything interesting. I didn't see any unusual stuff. I found out there's easements. The only thing that I didn't see is I didn't see a copy of the CC&Rs. The other thing I didn't see with this prelim that I would normally expect to see, just so you know, is I would normally expect to see an as-built survey come with the prelim, and I would normally also expect to see a copy of the CC&Rs attached.
So why didn't they do that?
They were under another document and they were about that big, so I decided not to print 15 copies if that was okay with you guys. And then this other bit of information, okay, here's some additional documents, and I want you to see kind of what they look like. And these are on all kinds. This is on one particular property, but this typically might be something that you might see when you get your prelim. You might see they pull from Northern Property Tax Service. They pull a tax record. That's the title company that says and this is a completely different property, you guys. This is a different property than this one over here. And this is as of 2012. So if there's any assessments, the owner, the muni, whether or not the tax bill has been paid, the tax value, the tax account, municipality of Anchorage, the unit number. You're also seeing a quit claim deed. Does anybody know what a quit claim deed is or what it's used for?
So to for clear title?
These are the documents that are used the most often. They're used to pass title to family members. They're used to add members to your title, to your title. For example, if you were to go get married, you might quit claim your new spouse into title. If you're going to get divorced, one of the spouses might quit claim their interest in the property as part of a divorce settlement. Okay, so in this particular situation, this was actually to cure a small defect in title. So from when someone took title as a married person and they got divorced, they quit claim to themselves as an unmarried person. Why would you want to do that?
So they didn't have to sign
A marital
When they're
homestead. Yep,
selling.
yep. So somebody went ahead and did that. Here's what a B certificate looks like, you guys. Building Energy Efficiency Standard certification. This is what this looks like.
5 stars.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5-star rating.
5-star rated. The only thing that we have to say is this is 5-star rated as of 2002.
Do they even do this anymore?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Every day and twice on Sunday.
It's like fine wine, Mr. Customer,
Soup.
I have a
6 stars rated. Yes.
Back to that deed,
Yeah.
shouldn't, when he did the quit claim, shouldn't the ex-spouse had to have signed?
No. No, he quit claim to himself. He went into title as Teddy Roosevelt, a married person. Okay, and to cure his title, he quit claim to himself. And I've quit claimed, okay, I'll show you how I had to do it. I owned property in my old married name. So I had to quit claim Teresa J. X name to Teresa J. Block.
But I thought you said even if you don't have the spouse on the loan, they can always sign, if they want them to sign because.
If they were, because of a homestead rights.
Right.
Yeah.
So how does that work with this?
So for him, what he's doing is he's precluding himself from having to have a spouse sign. Because he's telling, I used to be married, now I'm not.
Oh,
He's
okay.
thinking ahead.
Yeah, he's thinking ahead.
Was this performed prior to sell his house or when he got divorced?
Can't answer, don't know. It's just, I don't know, of course, I don't know. Unless you know the people
What would
involved.
be the norm?
I can't tell you. Somebody would have so the reason why I did it was when I took my maiden name back, and I probably took my maiden name back in, I don't know, 2003. Every single other legal document I had, it would always come up my old married name. Okay, and I wanted my old married name off my property. Okay, because I didn't want to have to sign as both. So every single document I had to sign my old married name, and then I had to sign my maiden name. And I was like, what am I doing? This is ridiculous. So the way that I got him to finally reconvey it was I had to do a quitclaim deed to myself. And it's me to me, me to me. But that was a name change, okay? And that's very common. Okay, but a married spouse to a single spouse, same person, same situation, you're trying to save yourself from having to waiver homestead or prove that, or have to, what happens if you, you guys, there are people who have been divorced for 30 freaking years who couldn't find their divorce decree if their ever living life depended on it. They couldn't find it, you know? So just imagine that situation. Okay, so then now we have a document title. This is a unit description in a declaration. Summary of building inspections for site build construction for PUR 102. That was for, what's the PUR 102? Anybody remember? 101 is going to be your energy certificate. 102 is going to be your certificate of occupancy. Okay, in 2002, they got their certificate of occupancy. Conveyance or transfer restriction. Here's a deed of trust.
Where are we now?
Now we're moving to the deed of trust, page 1. It's a conveyance, deed of trust. In 2006, the principal sum of the mortgage is right there, $215,500. Do you see that? Okay, so in 2006, it tells you how much that was. Then here you go. Here's a HELOC.
They got a $7,500 HELOC, home equity line of credit. There's a second mortgage on this property right there.
I'm lost, we're lost.
Why are you guys lost? Okay, where'd you move to? We got a deed of trust and then we have a HELOC.
We went to page 1.
Yeah, it said deed of trust, page 1. Look, past the, look at this. What does it say? What does it say?
Yeah, but I don't see where it says anything about HELOC.
Then you gotta move forward. So this one was the first deed of trust, says 215, right? You see that first deed of trust, 215? You see that? Okay, turn the page,
Okay, yeah.
turn the page. Okay, do you see this right here?
That's where you lost it.
Okay, here you go. What does this look like? What does it say at the top? Home equity line deed of trust, that's a HELOC.
Okay.
Home equity line deed of trust. Do you see it? That's called a HELOC.
And they asked for
I see it.
7,500.
Do you got it?
Oh, my.
Okay, are you with me now? Are you with me now?
Well,
Yep.
shit, there's a HELOC on there.
There's a HELOC on this property.
Oh,
Oh my God, there's a second deed of trust. Woo! Woo-hoo! How much? For how much? For how much?
7,500
For
bucks.
$7,500. $7,500. Okay. All right. And then here you go. They had a plat. They showed the plat. And then you guys, here you go. Here is the platted plat. There's the plat for the individual unit. And then you got the big bad voodoo platty. I mean, the big bad voodoo daddy platty. Plat. Okay. Where do you find notes to the subdivision? I don't see any really big notes on here.
Note that the building,
Can you read that, dude? The building, blah, 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 of the beginning.
There's no way.
There's a surveyor certificate.
The drawings below are the outside
dimensions
dimensions.
to the outside, for outside
Okay.
dimensions, respect to that.
All right. So these are some additional documents that you might see added to your prelim. Okay, so now you kind of see exactly what they pull. Okay, so, and then what you have, once you've kind of looked through those documents, okay, you've kind of surveyed them. If you have any questions, who do you come talk to?
Teresa,
Or, yeah, or what you might have to do is call the title company and say, can you please explain what this is? You know, because I'm just not following it. Okay, now let's talk about the market for a minute. We had a request to talk about the market. I feel the earth move under my feet. Talking to other licensees, looking at the hot sheet, I'm sensing a shift in our market. Okay, I understand, I'm hearing from other people that 12 and 15 parties are coming through open houses. What does that mean?
they're excited. They want to buy.
Buyers are
They wanna
out.
Yeah.
Buyers are out. One of the things I want you to pay particularly close attention to on the hot sheet for probably the next 30 days, okay? I want you to pay particular attention to new listings. And then if I were watching something, I would watch price changes. I would start watching price changes. Okay, and what am I watching for price changes?
Going down.
Okay, and how many new listings are coming on the market versus how many price changes are we getting? That's an interesting little comparison. What happens when you see like 2 and 3 pages of price changes?
Market's adjusted. You know, what price they're gonna get.
Right,
The
but then
demand is-
I'm watching demand, yeah, I'm seeing that houses, well, there's also a couple things that I want you to be cognizant of, and I mentioned this the other day when I pulled out my tax report. Taxes, the increased tax values just came out. Okay, so what do you think sellers think now?
Lower their prices, or they have to be within 10%.
Well, I think sellers are going, well, I am now paying more taxes on my house, so that might be pushing, I think a lot of us are taking the 2016 tax value, which looks to me to be higher than the 2015 tax value, and so prices were starting to really, really, really creep up, but I don't think the buyers were agreeing that the market was going up. Does that make sense? I think buyers were saying, hang on a second. This is when they're starting to go out and kick tires and they're looking at these price bands, they're starting to say, hang on a sec. Also start seeing if you see clusters of listings. What do clusters of listings indicate? It could also indicate there are some job layoffs going on, you guys. Did anybody notice that BP just announced they're going to sell their building?
Well, they're selling to rent for whoever buys. That's
Well,
just.
picture shoots.
Well, that's pretty good though.
I think this is just sort of-
That means they give you 2 weeks
It
notice
affects
and leave town.
It affects
Yeah,
us
yes,
because
It's easier to walk.
they do it to,
Yeah, they just give you 2 weeks notice and we're out here. We don't own it anymore. You're renting it.
The guy who
They
paid
can't-
off 700 of them.
Is your client?
Oh,
He laid off, he just gave pink, so yeah. There are a couple stewardesses who just told me that they have flown flights from Dead Horse with guys, all of them drinking heavily because they just got their what?
Pink
Pink
slip.
slip.
they just lay off another 700?
Yeah.
They lay off 600 just like last
Paid
month.
off 300 in February,
That's bad, but that's good.
So it's
Well, they-
525. So now it's, anybody hear about there was a big fervor, if you were watching the news, when we were trying to get a budget passed. All the legislators were meeting and they were trying to get a budget passed. They kept trying to give themselves more time. But one of the things that happened, and then the school district had a hissy fit, and they went on the rampage the next day, was it was going to cost, I think, 43 teachers their jobs. Am I correct with the number?
Close, yeah.
It was something like that, 40 to 45 teachers. With the new budget passed, they were going to have to lay off teachers. Now, 45 teachers, you say, what's the big deal about 45 teachers? 45 teachers, I would say, equates to 45 families at probably between, probably $60,000 to $80,000 worth of income.
Yeah.
And if those teachers don't have a job, most teachers, I'm not going to say all, but most teachers own homes. And all of a sudden, if I don't have a job, I can't pay for the house I'm living in. So what might I have to do?
Sales.
Sell it. So if you start seeing increased volumes of listings and increased numbers of price reductions, what is that indicating?
Nothing's selling.
well, there's more properties competing for.
There's more properties, start watching the listing numbers, right? How many listings are we getting? Okay. So, but I also see in equal number, I see a whole bunch of more buyers going, I'm going to get in on this.
Yeah.
I'm going to get in on this. Now, a bunch of this has to do with, are you ready? School just got out. Now, mom and dad, it's real. We want to move. Kids, before kids starts kindergarten, we want to get into a new house. Kids are about to make some kind of shift. I want to move closer to a school where my kid's going to a charter, private, something else. I want to stop driving across town. Okay, what else? High schools, sports programs, things like that. Kids going to college. All of a sudden, I'm an empty nester. Do we need this big house anymore? Maybe we ought to buy a condo. Well, maybe we don't want a condo. Maybe we want to look at ranch homes. Okay? Change of life. Okay? So I want for the next couple, for the next few weeks, I want you to start feeling the market. Start talking to your peers, start talking to buyers. If you're meeting all these, if you're in an open house with 12 couples, I'm starting to ask you, oh my God, what brought you out here today? I'm asking. I'm starting to ask some questions. Well, you weren't a buyer yesterday. What made you think that you want to be a buyer today? Well, I hear there's a lot of inventory. What are you hearing? What's making you make that decision to be a buyer today? If you're listing your house, do you have a compelling reason to list your house? What's your compelling reason? They want to move across town and they're moving up, right? Anybody who's listing their house, I want to know, what is their story? What's their compelling reason? Are they getting laid off from their job? Okay. Why are they listing? Okay, start asking people what's going on, because you'll start hearing the shift in the market or start feeling it. I've got a licensee who's carrying 15 listings, and he goes, I got really mad yesterday because I snapped. I go, you snapped? You never snap. Would you snap? He's like, the seller. Why hasn't my house? They put the house on the market in the morning. It was like 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were calling to ask if they had an offer on the house yet.
Okay.
Okay, does that seem ridiculous to you?
Wow.
you know? So the anxiety level of the seller was very, very high. He's like, I snapped. I said, you snapped? He's like, the house has been on the market for 2 hours, Teresa. I'm like, okay. Okay, how are you feeling, Diane? How are you feeling about the market?
I don't know. I mean, there's so many things going on in the state.
There's so many things going
People losing
on.
their job, people thinking we might have to pay income tax, sales tax.
Oh,
There's a lot of older people that are getting ready to retire and, they're gonna stay and they're gonna leave.
mhm.
I don't know, I just think prices are being driven down a little bit, but I almost think that it's a market correction and prices have gone up a little bit and now they're just correcting themselves.
Well,
And it's happening at the same time.
well, FYI, let me also tell you something, okay? So we've had a proposed interest rate is going to be raised and coming at us for about 2 years now, okay? So it wouldn't shock and amaze me if prices started to come down, if interest rates started to do what? Go up. Those factors are natural to one another, right?
Yeah, they never do.
Okay? How are you feeling about the market?
Well, I feel that the definite decrease in your higher priced homes, and that middle range is like getting flooded. And if you look at the prices there that's being offered, and look at all the ones that are pending and closed, it's that middle range one you might see higher.
Mhm.
And even that higher end, it's pending on waiting to see, asking them whether it really sold.
Yeah. So when you guys start watching the hot sheet, here's what's the magic that starts happening. It's not even your listing, but it's like a game to you. You're like, oh, I remember that when that house came on the market. Oh God, that house just pended. Oh my gosh, it pended in X amount of days. Then when it goes and closes, then you're going, oh my God, they bought that house. Okay, what did they buy it at? Did they pay any closing costs? What was the final price and how many days was it on the market? So when you watch the hot sheet, you literally get to watch, even though it's not your listing, you get to watch exactly what's going on with every property. And for me, would it make sense to you that I pay attention to single family homes in area 15 with 1-car garages?
Yeah.
So I'm watching every single time one of those bad boys comes on the market, I'm watching it list, I'm watching it penned, I'm watching it close. I'm watching it list, pend, and close, list, pend, and close. Or if there's any price reductions or if it comes back on the market, I'm watching houses. And like all of a sudden you're going to start categorizing because either it's a property that you're looking for or it's special to you in some way. Obviously I'm looking at my own properties or something like that. So what else is starting to get firmed up? There's another thing that's really causing, I think, fervor in our market. The presidential election. That's starting to get wacky, okay? So that means a lot of people are either feeling, if you're with this guy, you're feeling really good. If you're with this lady, you're feeling really good. And if you're with this other guy, you don't know what's going on.
Oh my God.
What? If you're feeling the burn, you're like, I'm burning up for your love. I don't know, right? You have no idea what's going on. Okay, how are you feeling about the market, Megan? How are you feeling? Are you working with buyers?
I am.
What about your listing?
I believe that they're going to just let it keep renting it out.
Okay.
I feel that the husband wants to sell it, wife doesn't want to sell it unless they get something out of it.
Gotcha.
Right now, they're not going to get anything out of it. I don't
Okay.
believe. I believe that they owe more than what we thought they did.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm kind of just sitting back, and they're the type of clients that will come back to me
Yep,
when they're
yep,
ready. So
yep.
I'm letting them. I'm not going to really bother them,
Yep.
and they know my mom and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So it's like they'll call me if they eventually
Whenever
want
they're
to,
ready.
or
Whenever they're ready.
I'll
Okay.
see them. But other than that, I've been working with this lady for about a year, and I'm meeting up with her tomorrow.
Great.
She wants to sell and buy.
Perfect.
So,
I love,
yes.
those are my favorite kinds.
Yeah, I've actually been talking to her for a whole year. She's on my Facebook, and we've chatted. We chat like once every couple months, and just
Keep up with one another.
I saw on Facebook yesterday it was her birthday, so I texted her happy birthday, and she called me when we were all in the car, and she's like, "We need to have lunch because we were supposed to have lunch before I went to South Carolina, before I came over here." But she got really sick, so I was like, "Hey, how about we meet when I get back from South Carolina? It's not like we're gonna list your home yet and put it on the market." Which I'm glad we waited, because I would have been at
Right.
Anyways, but yeah, she called me, she's like, let's have lunch, we need to have lunch, so we're meeting tomorrow.
Great.
I'm super excited.
So that's getting them a buy sell. That's my favorite. Okay. How are you feeling?
I think there's still a lot of uncertainty. Definitely people are coming out, so I don't know if it's like, things begin to pen, things begin to sell, so there's like this momentum. People are like, okay, so it's like in like stock market stuff, like dead cat bounce phenomenon. Like, market's going down, there's this kind of peak before it goes down again,
Mhm.
for whatever reason. I don't know, that, I mean, I kind of feel like the election is one thing where people feel like there's a little resolution now. Obviously, they sort of know who the main candidates are. You can kind of get on the side of one or the other and move forward with that. But, and I guess at the top of the market, I guess some folks have been equitying out in the middle price bands and some.
So if I were sitting in a house that was like 300 to 500,000, I'd be psyched. Why would I be psyched? Yeah. Not only that, I might be able to pick up what would have been a $600,000 house. Are you feeling me?
Yeah.
Wow.
So if I'm in a mid-range price band and I'm looking to move up, I'm psyched right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm psyched.
So in the middle of the market seems to
Is
be,
mid-
there's tons of demand.
But I'm saying there's meat and potatoes. So by the way, most families of some form or fashion for dinner are going to serve a meat component, a starch component, and a vegetable component. Okay, we call that the middle of the range, or a meat and potatoes house. Does that make sense? That meat and potatoes house always kind of remains a good steady Eddie. When that market starts turning one way or the other, that's when the market is really turning. Does that make sense? When you're middle of the market. But if you're a $300,000 buyer, are you psyched? There's houses are for $300,000 look the same. Does that make sense? Houses for $1 million look totally different. Houses for $200,000 look totally different. But houses in the 300 to 400, 300 to 350 price band, they look the same. Does that make sense? So you're psyched. Okay, and if you are in one of those houses, you can sell and you could maybe get a deal on a nicer home that's really coming down.
What about you selling? About your house?
What about my house? See, remember what I was planning on doing, and this is what I'm scared about. I was going to sell my home and move into a condo. Okay, what do I think about moving into a condo if the market is,
Condos get destroyed.
Condos are the most, in my personal opinion, did you help me? Did you hear what I said? Teresa J. Block's personal opinion. I think the two danger points in our market, and when the market is changing, are condominiums and if you're into selling trailers. Trailers will devalue down to nothing. Condos will lose a lot. If the market goes down, condos will lose a lot of value. So I'm not as excited about buying a condo as I was before. Now I'm thinking maybe a ranch. Like, it's just another freaking house. It's just another house with just another yard. It's just a house. But then I say to myself, why would I sell? Why would I sell? Okay.
There's a house around the corner from, it's just off of Wesleyan. It's
Yeah.
a great court. It's just this, nobody drives in there.
Yeah.
It's this secluded, great spot. There's a house on there that's been on the market for a while. It's weird. It's a split level with kitchens in the downstairs.
Interesting. Yeah.
And then the whole upstairs is like a master bedroom, like sweet, huge cabinets room, and then like basically an adjacent living room. It's sort of set up like a 2-bedroom, although it's possible to turn into a 3-bedroom or maybe even more. But that house, like, it's a primo location, but since it's a weird configuration, it's not selling. It just dropped the price. But if the market were really great, that house would be gone because the location is primo, and somebody's like, you know what? This is a great location. We'll make it work. We'll figure out a way to make it work.
Or we'll figure out the floor plan, or we'll live with the floor plan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's not selling.
Because, it's not selling. And they just dropped the price, and we're actually going to put it down again. you know, like, because my sellers are kind of like, this price, I think we can make.
Oh, I get you. I get what you're saying. So
But-
they're your Edinburgh clients.
Yeah.
They're your Edinburgh clients, and all of a
But
sudden,
in general, for that neighborhood,
yeah,
that house if that house is a reasonable configuration, because it's where it is, it'd be gone.
gotcha.
For that
But it's
price.
because it's an odd
It's an odd
layout.
configuration. But
Yeah.
it has a garage, big garage, Arctic entry.
Yeah,
Great lot on a private cul-de-sac in a desirable area, and it's sitting, and so that means that like, it's just. I
but
think
odd
that's
houses
right.
always sit. Odd houses always sit.
But it depends on how the market is.
No, I will agree with that. Yeah.
But, and I think this market, it's, something has to be premium, it has to be good condition, it has to
Yeah.
be the right price, it has to be, you can't sell junk, it can't be overpriced, definitely can't sell overpriced junk. So I think people are looking for value.
Oh, did you just hear that? That was pretty good. Say that again.
Was it?
That was not good? Don't you want to, I would write that down. Has to be primo, can't be junk, and you can't sell overpriced junk.
So-
Words by Phil Barnes. Words and lyrics by Phil Barnes.
Thanks, we're on camera.
How are you feeling about the market?
I think that it's exciting. It seems like it should be a good year.
Okay.
There's a lot of buyers, there's a lot of people down, it seems like they're downsizing from the hill down to the mid-range.
Here's the good news. You want to know what the good news is? Buyers are buying, sellers are selling. That's the good news.
With J Bear and the oil increase just seems to be unheavy.
Yeah.
Well, I honestly think this is pretty exciting time, especially for us, because, you know, all these people that is losing their jobs are gonna wanna sell their homes, they're gonna wanna downsize. Eventually, when they get their jobs back, as they will, I'm pretty sure they will wanna go upgrade again, and we're just gonna have some.
Oh, so we're gonna sell them twice. We're gonna buy them once
You know what
and
they call
sell
it?
them twice.
You know what they call it? They call it rinse and repeat.
I think that, yeah, I mean, it'll recover though, it'll recover one way or another, and this is gonna be exciting for us.
I'm liking it. Words and lyrics by Abraham. Abraham Hernandez. Okay, guys.
Like a songbook.
I know, right? The songbook of the class. Okay, guys, I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Ask me any questions you want to on a prelim. What do you need to do with the prelim?
Read it.
Read it.
Read it.
That's what I got.
Yeah. That's about it. But what happens if you don't read it?
You just take it to Teresa, you say, hey, this is Teresa, look what I got.
Do you know how many of these I read every day?
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome. Glad to see everybody. I'm shocked that my people don't do their homework.
I still showed up.
I know, I appreciate that more than you know. Yeah, hang on. Yes, it is.